بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. الله الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
رسول الله رسول الله رسول.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
It's the season for ghouls and Abduls. Welcome, everybody. So, yeah, the thumbnail and the title says Sexy Palestinian Girls. Now, I gotta be honest, it's a clickbait. So, anybody who wants sexy Palestinian girls is not the right channel. I gotta be honest, I think some of the girls, the Arabs, are kind of hot. Too bad though that they come with a baggage of deadly, very deadly relatives that want you dead. But hey, as long as you can do it in a secret, right? Whatever happens between you and Allah stays between you and Allah, as the saying goes. Well, I was listening to Christian Prince, and he said that he put on a thumbnail of a dead girl, a naked dead girl. It was related to the terror attacks on the 7th of October. So he said that, well, people click this because they want to see. It's like people are perverts. People want to click this because they see a dead lady. It doesn't matter, if it's naked, they want to see it. They want to click it. And I think, yeah, that's a good point. And the oldest trick in the book, the oldest marketing trick in the book, 6 souls. I mean, just ask Muhammad, right? The reason why his stupid ideology is so widespread today is because people believe they're gonna get the whores. Yes, not whores, whores in heaven. Anyway, I want to talk today. I want to talk about is the left and the Islamic intertwinedness when it comes to Palestine and Israel. Gonna watch a video. So first off, let me start by showing everybody this. Harry Sultan tweeted this.
Mate, you wanted to get something in? Yes, please. I would like to say that there is a big problem in Islam. It's written in the Hadith, which all Muslims, all good Muslims believe in the Hadith. And it is written in the Hadith that Prophet Muhammad was 50 or 53 years old when he sexually penetrated Aisha. No. Aisha, she was 9 years old. She was 9 years Step away, lad. You're better than him. You're better than him. Hey, you're better than him. Hey, lads, you're better than him. Lads, you're all better than him. You're better than him. And leave him. Pardon? Disgusting stuff about Islam. Okay, I give you an opportunity to talk. If I want to say the only thing you're Islamophobia, your religion, mate. Okay, but you guys are better than this. That wasn't exactly a clever move, mate, was it?
It was a very clever move.
You really think so?
It was the perfect
You know, it's people like you.
Everybody
It's people like you. No.
Aisha,
How old was Joseph? How old was Joseph? How old was Joseph?
What a beautiful, what a beautiful capture of 2023 of Britain. This is exactly what's going on right now, highlighting all the problems at once. There's so much in this video, in this 2-minute clip. Just highlight everything in a nutshell. Let's watch it again.
Mate, you wanted to get something in?
Yes, please. I would like to say that there is a big problem in Islam. It's written in the Hadith, which all Muslims, all good Muslims believe in the Hadith. And it is written in the Hadith that Prophet Muhammad was 50 or 53 years old when he sexually penetrated Aisha.
No.
Aisha, she was 9 years old. She was 9 years
Step away, lad. You're better than him. You're better than him. Hey, you're better than him. Hey, lads, you're better than him. Lads, you're all better than him. You're better than him. And leave him. Pardon? Disgusting stuff about Islam. Okay, I give you an opportunity to talk. If I want to say the only thing you're Islamophobia, your religion, mate. Okay, but you guys are better than this. That wasn't exactly a clever move, mate, was it?
It was a very clever move.
You really think so?
It was the perfect
You know, it's people like you. It's people like you. No.
Aisha,
How old was Joseph? How old was Joseph? How old was Joseph?
I can watch this all day. All right, there's a lot of things to be said in this short. This is brilliance. Like, I have no words. Well, I have a lot of words, but whoever filmed this, all right, is a genius. And Harry Sultan of Plone is. Thank you so much, Harry Sultan. I just wonder. I mean, this is gonna be a meme of 2023. All right, this is gonna be like if 100 years from now, people are gonna ask, how was it like in Britain when you were growing up? All right, how did my ancestors, my grandma, grandfather, grandparents, what was it like in Britain, right, during 2023? And this is the video everybody should be watching and say, this is what it was like. All right, let's break it down. Let's break down what's actually going on here.
Mate, you wanted to get something in? Yes.
Okay, so first off, this guy, he says later on, he gave him opportunities to speak, and he was very disgusted with, that he spoke the truth about Muhammad. Uh, this guy seems to be, I don't know what happened before this, but probably he was not on par with the rally for Palestine, the rally for Philistines, which means Palestinian butt or Palestinian ass. Okay, it's a derogatory term for Palestinians, and I think, yeah, I love to use that. So he was not on par with the Philistines rally here, and it seems like the guy wanted to use him as this propaganda, as a narrative showing that, this guy is racist, and he's bad, and look how evil, the opposition is. And what does he do instead?
Please, I would like to say that there is a big problem in Islam. It's written in the Hadith, which all good Muslims believe in the Hadith, and it is written in the Hadith.
Everything he says so far is absolutely true. I mean, everything he has said is absolutely true. I just want to make it very clear that, yes, everything he says is 100% true.
That Prophet Muhammad was 50 or 53 years old when he sexually penetrated.
And now we hear the woman, the lady complaining, starting to shouting, trying to silence him.
Aisha.
Look! All of these people getting real angry, and the cops like, "Oh shit! Oh shit! What did he do? Oh my god! He dropped the bomb!" Look! Stand up for Palestine! Yeah, stand up for Palestine! Look! This guy. This should be very clear for anybody who's wondering right now if this is about religion or politics. That indeed this is about Islam, right? This guy gets so angry that this guy talks the truth about Muhammad, and he has a Palestinian flag on. If this was not about Islam, he would not be there, and all of these people, 9 years old, all of these people will not care. All right, they have Palestine for a reason, and they get angry when the truth of Muhammad gets spoken out for a reason. They're Muslims. These are not radical Muslims, by the way. All right, these are normal Muslims. All right, this is not Hizb ut-Tahrir. All right, this is not uh, the tip of the spear of Hamas. This is not ISIS. This is not jihad. No, this is ordinary Muslims who actually believe what Hamas is doing is right, and they believe that if you say something about Muhammad, then you should be you should be dead, right? Like if you insult the prophet, then yeah, you should be killed. That's what they believe. These are normal Muslims. This is not, just make it clear, right? Look, there's a girl, right, a mother here, with a little child. Look, look, the little children, right, on a rally for Palestine, running after the guy who spoke the truth about Muhammad. Look, there's a lady in a niqab, right? She got angry the most. She's the one starting yelling, right? She's full fledged in Palestinian terrorist clothing, and she gets angry that Muhammad, who issued this bullshit on her, got called out for being a pedophile. She's wearing this poop cloth. Yes, they call it a poop cloth because essentially that's what it is. I'm gonna go into details for that maybe another time. But she wears this poop cloth proudly. Look, these here are the kids. Kids are running after him. Right? And everybody else, look, the whole mob. They're like, huh, what's going on?
Step away, lad. You're better than him. You're better than him. Hey, you're better than him.
This guy, the idiot behind the camera, step back. You're better than him. No, no, no. They are not better than this. All right, they're not better than him. They're worse than him.
Hey, lad.
Look, this guy comes up from nowhere.
Lad, you're better than him.
You're better than him.
You're better than him. You're better than him. Leave him.
No, they're not better than him. They're not better than this. This is exactly what they are. They are brain dead zombies, right? Nazi zombies in Islamic fashion. Why? Because Muhammad was a brain dead zombie. Look, free Palestine, Gaza, boycott Israel, right? Oh, what did you say? How disgusting about Islam?
I give you an opportunity to talk.
Oh, Islamophobia, right? Islamophobia. Wait, what did you say? Oh, disgusting stuff about Islam. So speaking the truth about Islam is disgusting. I agree. If you think speaking the truth about Islam is disgusting, maybe you shouldn't be a Muslim. Yeah, disgusting stuff about Islam. Yeah, Muhammad was disgusting.
I give you an opportunity to talk.
Yeah, he gave him an opportunity to talk. and he regretted it for he's gonna regret that for the rest of his life. He's gonna regret that he gave this guy an opportunity to talk for the rest of his life. He's gonna be like, fuck, why did I let this guy speak the truth about Muhammad? Islamophobia, right? It's funny, right? Listen. He's talking about Islamophobia. Listen in the background. Listen in the background what's going on in the speakers in the background.
Step away, lad. You're better than him. You're better than him. Hey, you're better than him. Lad, you're better than him.
I wanna see. I wanna listen to the background where they are speaking in the microphone in the megaphones. Palestinian are oppressed people, right? Right? He's talking about Islamophobia, and these guys are all chanting free Palestine from the river to the sea. They all want all Jews dead and gone, right? They fueling this stupid narrative about Philistines being oppressed, right? They're fueling this narrative, and he's talking about Islamophobia. I can't really hear it, but it's the same bullshit we heard. Like during the past 3 weeks, we heard what they chant. It's the same bullshit.
Step away, lad. You're better than him. You're better than him. Hey, you're better than him. Lad.
And everybody's starting to jump in and run after him. They don't even know what he said. They're like, "Oh, there's a fight going on. There's something going on. Free, free." Wait, what? He said something about Muhammad. They fought. They got a Jew. Yeah, this is what they fought. They fought they got a Jew. They're gonna lynch the Jew. That's what they fought, right? They fought they have an Israeli chanting like Israel national anthem or Amizo Chai or something like that, right? They thought they got a Jew. So like free. What? Look. Listen. When they start when these zombies start running after him, right? They start saying free, and they stop in the middle.
You're better than him. Hey, you're better than him.
Look.
Lad.
Look, this guy, this Malaysian guy. He's like free, free. Look, he's ready to go and chanting free, free, and he's like, what?
Lex, you're better than him.
And he's like, Aisha was 9 years old.
You're better than him. You're better than him. Believe it.
Aisha was.
Pardon?
I'm like, what's going on? Oh, he insulted Muhammad. What did he say? Oh, he had sex with Aisha. Astaghfirullah, how dare he say that? But it's true. I don't care if it's true or not. He needs to be punished. Nobody speaks the truth with Muhammad. Astaghfirullah.
Your religion, mate. Okay? But you guys are better than this.
You're not better than this. The cops take him away, and they hold him in custody.
That wasn't exactly a clever move, mate, was it? It was a very clever move. You ready?
Yeah, the guy says it's not a clever move. Yeah, it was a very clever move. This guy lets him know. Yeah, it was a very good thing. And it doesn't stop. Look.
You think so? It was the perfect you know, it's
But,
people
yeah.
like you. You know, it's people like you. No. How old was Joseph? How old was Joseph? Oh.
And this idiot behind the camera, in the midst of this, he's trying to start a debate. He's trying to start a debate. How old was Joseph? Like it matters. Like Muslims always do this. How old was Joseph? How old was Rebecca? How old was that or that? Like nobody gives a fuck. You believe that Muhammad, Rasul ibn Sharmuta ibn Zinna, you believe that this pedophile piece of shit, all right, who was a terrorist, mass murderer, rapist, you believe he was the moral conduct, and you want to follow his practices and teaching. You want to be exactly like him. You want to be dressed like him. You want to have a beard like him. You want to pray like him. You want your shit to smell like him. All right? This is nobody gives a fuck about anything. You guys, all right? When the truth comes out about Muhammad, you go crazy. And rightfully so, because you know you know that your religion advocates for pedophilia. And honestly, I don't think most Muslims that I talk to actually cares about pedophilia. They're okay with it, right? In fact, the usual before they started to deflect to how old was this guy or that guy from other religions, right? The usual response was, how old is a child? All right, Aisha was mature. Right? That was the usual response. Right? And now they just try to whitewash it by saying everybody else was doing it. Muhammad can do it too. Yeah. Well, again, you try to follow his teachings, right? You want to be like him. child marriages in Islam is still going on today because you want to be like your pedophile piece of shit prophet.
You know, it's people like you. No. How old was Joseph? How old was Joseph? Oh.
9 years. Oh, I fucking love this.
How old was Joseph?
How old was Joseph? Like, who cares? And by the way, those deflections are not even true, right? People have covered them so many times, right? Those allegations are not even true, remotely not even comparable to what Muhammad did. All right. What a beautiful, beautiful.
Mate, you wanted to get something in? Yes, please. I would like.
All right. What a beautiful video of 2023. Thank you so much, idiot behind the camera who filmed this. You did the world a favor by exposing it difficult. All right, so this should tell people that indeed this is Islam. This conflict is because of Islam. This conflict is religious. Or if you want to go the route of not calling it religion and an ideology based on Islam, Islam is a political ideology, then so be it. However, people are wondering, what the fuck of the leftists, idiots on campuses worldwide that takes the side of the takes the side of the Philistines. Why are the leftists taking sides of the Philistines? I'm gonna play a video here. This video by Nikos Sotirakopoulos. Sotirakopoulos. I don't know. A Greek guy. I love and his accent, man, it's spot on. I'm gonna play a video. It's 53 minutes long. I'm gonna interject in the middle because he's gonna say something that I want to react and sit straight. But for the most part, he explains very well the narrative set by leftists.
It was once said that communism has no history. Communism has a criminal record. And you have heard about many of the crimes of communism. You have heard about the gulags in Soviet Union. You have heard about the horror and the famines in Mao's China. You have heard about the misery wherever these ideas have been tried. But there is one element of communism evil that many of you might have not heard of. I didn't know about it, although in some way I participated in that evil in my youth. I'm talking about the war waged by communist countries, by the communist movement, and by radical leftists in general against Israel. I'm talking about the material and moral support that communist countries and radical leftists have been given to all sorts of enemies of Israel, from Arab dictatorships to Palestinian guerrillas to anti-Israeli Western Europe terrorists. The left's long war on Israel is a fascinating but mostly unknown story, a story of hate and a story of destruction. But it is also a very didactic story. And it's a story which is didactic not only for the student of history and not only for someone who is interested in Middle East affairs. Actually, it's not even a story only about the past. It's a story that can also teach us things about the present. Because it can teach us what the left is really about. It can teach us what is the character, what is the identity, what is the DNA of the left. So before we embark into this journey of blood and this journey of horror, I want to give you a 2 minutes, maybe 3, crash course on the history of Israel, so that those of you who are not familiar with the historical context, you will still be able to follow the lecture. We could start from before Christ, but we will start from 1947. We are after the Second World War, we're after the Holocaust, so it becomes finally understood that the Jews need their own country. The problem is that there is one piece of land claimed by both the Arabs and the Jews. So the United Nations in 1947 comes up with a partition plan. It says, the Jews will take this area here on the beach and this area here, which is mostly desert. And the rest will go to the Arabs. Notice now that the Arabs have already got Jordan, and there are something like 20 Arab states in the area. So Israel, the Jews are given less than they were promised, but they say, we will take the deal. How do the Arabs react? The day in 1948 that Israel declares its independence, 5 Arab armies attack Israel with one goal: to obliterate it. The goal is not to give any land to the Palestinians. The goal is to throw the Jews to the sea. This is why whatever the Arab countries can grasp, as for example, here, the West Bank or the Gaza, they keep it for themselves. In this war, Israel hasn't even got a proper army as we know it today. It hasn't even got an air force. But it manages to survive. It manages to win. But with heavy losses. 1% of the population of Israel dies in the War of Independence in 1948. This includes people who had escaped the concentration camps, people who still had the number tattooed in their hand. They escaped one mortal enemy to find another one. But Israel manages to prevail, and actually is slightly bigger than the partition plan said. In the 1950s, the big story is that the Arabs organized themselves under a big idea, the idea of pan-Arabism. To put it simply, this means that all Arabs unite in one nation, and this nation has one goal: to throw the Jews to the sea. Why? So that there is geographical continuity among all the Arab states. The ideology of Arab nationalism is something between socialism, fascism, and nationalism. And its most prominent representative is Nasser, the president of Egypt. And Nasser finds a patron. This patron is Soviet Union. This patron is the new leader of Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev. So Nasser gets too self-confident and too cocky, and actually in 1956 nationalizes the Suez Canal, which, to put it simply, is an act of war against Israel. Israel immediately punishes him militarily by conquering Suez, but the West is too afraid to piss off the Arabs, is too afraid also to piss off Soviet Union. So they tell to Israel, go back. And Nasser promises, I promise I'll never do something again, and Sinai will be demilitarized. Of course, he was lying. So 10 years pass, now the Arabs are more confident because of the Soviet help, and they go for round two. Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and coming from the back, Iraq and Saudi Arabia pledge that it's time again to throw the Jews to the sea. But Israel, with a preemptive strike in what today is known as the Six-Day War, manages to defeat them. Not only manages to defeat them, Israel is tripling its size. And Israel gets a nice buffer zone here on the south, the Sinai Desert, and it gets a nice buffer zone also here with the West Bank. And they also get the Golan Heights. To put it simply, not to bore you with technical details, after 1967, the Israeli looks down to its enemies. Israel has the high ground, not only the moral high ground, literally the high ground. So the Arabs start realizing we're not going to throw the Jews to the sea. However, flooded with Soviet help, they try once more. They try once more in 1973 in the Yom Kippur War. Again, they fail. So what is the situation today? What has been the situation since then? So one big development is that Israel has done peace with Egypt. So the Sinai is given back to Egypt. And the other big development is that Israel is not facing so much the military aggression from the outside, but from the inside. From Arabs that had to leave in 1948, and from Arabs living in the West Bank and in Gaza, as we know them today from the Palestinians. So today, Israel has returned Gaza, which is 100% into Palestinian control, today controlled by the Islamists of Hamas. And here in the West Bank, there is Israeli military present, but administrative control by the PLO. So this is the very short story. Something important to consider. Throughout all these existential threats, Israel has managed to maintain its identity as a country that respects basic individual rights. Israel is basically a free country, a country with rule of law. With weaknesses, the military draft is one example, but it's a country that is mostly free country. We cannot say the same about the Arabs. The Arabs keep falling from one type of authoritarianism to the other: monarchy, Arab nationalism, Marxist-Leninism, jihadism, Islamism. So we have the background. So let's get back to our story. What has been the role of the left into this titanic struggle. We will start from 1967. Now, 1967 is a defeat for the Arabs that is very difficult to swallow. Remember, they were preparing to throw the Jews to the sea, and instead Israel triples its size. But this is not only a defeat for the Arabs, this is a huge defeat for the prestige of Soviet Union. Imagine you have a patron state, and this patron state humiliates itself. So immediately after the end of the Six-Day War, Soviet Union says, never again. Our clients will never going to be humiliated again. So they doubled down their support to the Arabs. They sent some of their best personnel. They sent decorated marshals, their best military experts. And they sent 75,000 tons of military support. It's difficult to imagine what is 75,000 tons. So imagine 3 cargo ships, the ones that are the size of a neighborhood, with guns, with rockets, with supersonic jets, and with tanks. The goal, all of these should be aimed against Israel. The Arabs make use of this help very quickly. So from 1969 to 1970, we have the so-called war of attrition, which is low-level battles between the Arabs and the Israelis, mostly because the Arabs want to get familiar with the Soviet technology to prepare the next round. During that time, 20,000, at least 20,000, Soviet personnel serves in Egypt. Soldiers, experts, special forces, and pilots. Actually, in 1970, Soviet pilots get in direct confrontation in dogfights with Israeli pilots. Today, if you visit outside Moscow the Air Force Russian Museum, you will find an Israeli helmet. This is the helmet of the pilot in the first Phantom, the American airplane that the Israelis were using, the first Phantom that the Soviets took down. So being confident again from this Soviet help, in 1973, the devastated 6 years ago Egyptian and Syrian army now is confident again to attack Israel. Israel manages to survive, but with very, very heavy losses. So the takeaway of this period is, in its battles for survival, Israel did not only face the Arab countries. Israel also faced the Soviet Union. Israel also faced its allies. Now, one could pause me here and say, okay, Nikos, who cares? So we already know Soviet Union is bad. We already know this was the Cold War period and weird things were happening in Cold War. And also, the Soviet Union is not the same as the left. Not every leftist agreed and sanctioned Soviet Union. Therefore, there's nothing to see here. I would say not so fast. There is something to see here. First of all, the support of the Soviets to the Arab regimes show us the complete disdain that the Soviets had for any form of morality. Not only a disdain of morality for their enemies, but also for their supporters. Because while the Soviets were supporting Nasser and Syria and Iraq, the communists within Egypt, Syria, and Iraq were perishing in torture chambers. Imagine that. You're a communist, you have your life taken away from you, one torture session at a time, and you know that the people who support your torturers is the country that you look up to. The other interesting thing, though, is that it was not only a Cold War kind of balance, let's support the Arabs, there are many of them, the reason why the left supported the Arabs. Because it was not only Soviet Union. Other communist countries that were antithetical to Soviet Union's Cold War aims also supported the Arabs. Mao's China, which at that time was almost in war relations with Soviet Union, supported the Arabs. Tito's Yugoslavia, supposedly an independent kind of state, also supported the Arabs. And here's the most shocking thing. Even the new left in the West, The new left that supposedly rose as a reaction to the immorality of Soviet Union, as a reaction to the cynicism of Soviet Union, even the Western new left supported the Arabs. And when did this happen? After 1967. After 1967 is the time when more and more leftists in the West get interested about the Middle East conflict. And since the Western public opinion, since the Western idealistic youth becomes an interested party in this conflict, the character of this conflict changes completely. Because the Arabs change the narrative. The narrative is not anymore the Arab states trying to throw the Jews to the sea. The narrative now is that you have mighty Israel oppressing a persecuted minority, a group of people who have lost their homes, who have lost their land, and are trying to seek justice. This group of people is the Palestinians. The way the Palestinians are presented is they are the small villagers with a rifle fighting a mighty opponent. We're in the 1960s. Does this remind you any other story? Vietnam. Remember, this was a time that the public opinion in the West is captured, is fascinated by the image of the heroic Viet Cong with a rifle fighting an empire. So the left sees the Palestinians exactly like this. We don't have anymore a sea of Arab states fighting a small Israel. What we now have is the mighty Israel, the Goliath, fighting the David, the Palestinians. This David, his weapon of choice was not the slint and the rock. The weapon of choice of the Palestinians was unorthodox warfare. Their method of war was terrorism. Today, most of us think that terrorism is the legacy of Islamic movements. We think that the hijackings, the blowing up of innocents, taking hostages and shooting them, we think this is the legacy of radical Islam. And yet this is not the case.
Okay, so here is where I have to jump in. He's gonna go through a couple of cases where the Muslims or the Arabs are trained to use terrorism by the left. But, all right, there are also those who claim that Muslims have adopted the lone wolf assassin method of terrorism from the right-wing extremes as well. I gotta put it very simple. Islam is terrorism. Whether it be modern day terrorism or absorbed by left or right, right? This is about Islam and it's about terror in the name of Islam. Before there was this motion between left and right in the world, Muslims were terrorizing Europe, they were terrorizing the neighbors, and you would call it war crimes, whatever. The point is, just like they did back then, they're doing now, right? By any means. It says in the Quran that you should strike terror in the hearts of your enemies. And Muhammad said that he was victorious by terror. And if you look in history, all right, I'm going to share this killing of Islam. Islam and war, history of jihad, religious persecution. All right, you can see that this is all by warfare. Right, tears of jihad. Right, worse than Christianity, fascism, or communism. Right, this is Bill Warner. If you haven't seen that, you should look it up. I think it's still on YouTube. It says, I think it's Why we are afraid, all right? The destruction of classical civilization, right? And what jihad really is, right? Muslim conquest, Islamic expansion, Byzantine Arab wars. This goes on and on. The Barbary pirates. Uh, there is one, yeah, Islamic Spain, of course. Um, Here is a picture for you. When it comes to slavery, right? Witnesses Islamic slavery of Christians in North Africa, 1815. Right? This is the slave market. Look at this. This is the slave market. All right? Where they captured European slaves and sold them to dirty Arab pieces of shit. They were expecting her teeth when she's naked. Right? Disgusting. Child slaves on an Arab slave ship intercepted by the Royal Navy, 1869. Right? Child slaves. Look. Yeah. And by the way, yes, all of them are black. Right? And I mean, slavery still continues today. This is Francis' book. His story is very uh, saddening. And then you have the modern days, right? So the point is that in the past, they were doing this. They're doing this again. Here is another one. Here is another one. All right? The martyrs of Otranto. Right? Look, uh, there were 800 able-bodied men who were told to convert to Islam or be slain. 800 people after they conquered this place, Castle of Otranto, right? A guy, a tailor named Antonio Primaldi, is said to have proclaimed, "Now it is the time for us to fight and save our souls for the Lord. And since he died on the cross for us, it is fitting that we should die for him." Right? The captives with him then gave a loud cheer. On 14th of August, uh, they were led to the hill of Minerva, hill of the martyrs, where they were to be executed, with Primaldi being beheaded first. One Muslim executioner, who the chronicles state was an Ottoman officer called Persebi, witnessed that and said to have converted on the spot and to have been impaled immediately by his fellows for doing so. All right. So you can dispute if this is terror or not, or if this is warfare in the past. Point is that Muslims are doing this today as well, right? They take over. You have to become a Muslim, and if you dare to change your religion, then you will be killed by your own. So this is the legacy of Islam. That's what I'm trying to portray here. And there is, of course, much, much more to be said, and many people have said it before me. So I won't go into detail with this, all right? But yeah, this is exactly all right. What was the legacy of Islam? 12,000 killed, 5,000 enslaved. Right, right, right. In just one battle. So it's not that terrorism is something invented and adapted to the Muslims a in today's world. If anything, they just adapted a new tactic from others who supported them, or just here's the thing: people think Islam is set in stone, right? No, it's very much fluctuate, right? Whatever works. I mean, it worked back then to wage war in the way they did, right? And people adapted to that, right? Both those who got attacked by Muslims adapted by it, and those who attacked Muslims, the Muslims had to adapt, of course. It's the same thing going on right now. So if you have a method of lefties going around and telling Muslims how to best strike terror, they will use it. If you have a right wing extremist telling Muslims this is the best way to use terror, they will use it. Whatever means it takes to strike terror in the heart of your enemies will be used. Because Muhammad said and Allah said, that this is how it should be done. That's the main goal. That's the main idea I want to put forward here. Yes, it's very much intertwined, and that's why we see today, right? Why the left, and this guy is on point. Why the left supports Palestine so much, but it's also very much, I would say, the key aspect, all right, is Islam. The layer of the left is very much intertwined, is part of it, but the foundation is Islam, not the left. So let's watch, because I think he has more things to say that's very illuminating.
This is the legacy of Marxist-Leninists within the Palestinian movement and of Marxist-Leninists in Europe supporting the Palestinian movement.
Oh, I forgot to mention.
Actually,
I wanted to show one thing here. Okay, you know, there is this water conflict chronology when it comes to water. You know, using any warfare, to starve the people, or to besiege people, has been used by multiple people in history, of course, and Muslims are not the only ones. But I wanted to show something here, right? Saladin, 1187. Saladin cuts off Crusaders' water, right? Principality of Galilee, Western Asia. Saladin is able to defeat the Crusaders at the Horns of Hadin in 1187 by denying them access to water. In some reports, Saladin fills all the walls along the way with sand and destroys the villages of the Maronite Christians who would supply the Christian army with water. Okay, Saladin is a Muslim, right? He's one of the first terrorists known in the mid Ages, right? Using water supply as a mean of terror against his enemies. Right? Saladin the Great Kurd, as they always say. Everybody said that he was so great and he was so fair. No, he implemented Muhammad's teachings of terror, 1187. And yes, of course, there are, after this, there's not all Muslims who are doing this, right? This is just one of many incidents over the years. But here, Saladin is very noteworthy here, right? When it comes to who he was. Of course, Hindus, they always talk about India today and Muslims in India. This might be interesting for my Hindu friends. Intentionally drying up of canals in Mughal. Historian M. Attar Ali writes that in Mughal India, in the 1260s, the water canals and the reservoirs feeding Delhi were intentionally dried up because the channel feeding it were dammed up by dishonest men, referring to local protest over social and political condition. Uh, yeah, bullshit. All right, they were dried up to starve the Hindus by by the Muslims. Uh, all right, let's go down the list here, and let's see. 1948. 1948. Water and food supplies cut off during Arab siege of Jerusalem. All right. Water and food supplies are cut off during Arab siege of Jerusalem from December 1st, 1947 to July 10th, 1948. Arab forces blocked the road to Jerusalem in an attempt to defeat Jewish Jerusalem. Shortages caused Israelis to begin rationing water on May 12th, limiting each person to 2 gallons per day, of which 4 pints are for drinking. Right. So in hot desert sand, you have 4 pints, 2 liters to drink a day. So again, the Arabs here were doing what Salah was doing a couple of centuries before him, and what Muhammad ordered him to do a couple of centuries before that. Arabs got a water to Jerusalem again, 1948, Arab forces cut off West Jerusalem's water supply in First Arab-Israeli War. Right? Now, as we go on, all right, we will see that yes, Israel, right, are also guilty of this in wars to come, and Palestinians, and this is actually a good one, because when Nico's here talks about the Palestinians, people from within, right? This is people from within. Now we talk about, so far we have talked about people from outside attacking here. 1965, Palestinians attack Israeli water pumps. All right, first attack ever by the Palestinian National Liberation Movement, Al Fatah, is on the diversion pumps for the Israeli national water carrier. Attack fails. But anyway, this is the Palestinians. These are the Arabs within, as Nikos were talking about, right? So if this is all about the left, as Nikos say, then how come they were trying to do what Salah Hadid was doing and the Arabs before were doing within its own soil? That's why it doesn't fit the narrative that it's all about the left. All right, let's move on and listen to this guy, because besides this, I think he has a lot of things that people should know about. He says a lot of good things here.
A KGB general, a guy called Alexander Sakharovsky, boasts that he was the first one who came up with the idea of hijacking airplanes, and he passed the know-how to his Arab friends. The leader of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the most active and the most dangerous leftist Palestinian organization, once said, "To kill a Jew away from battle has more effect than killing 100 Jews in battle." Do you get it? To kill one Jew away from battle, which means to kill civilians, has more effect than killing Jews in battle. So we cannot throw the Jews to the sea. So the new tactic is we're going to break their morale. One terrorist attack by one terrorist attack. So in its terror war against Israel, the terrorist attacks were organized, perpetrated, and sanctioned, and whitewashed by the international left. I could give 100 examples. I will just give 3 that are particularly horrific and particularly memorable. In 1974, we have the Malot massacre. Malot is a town in the north of Israel. 3 Palestinian terrorists occupy a school and machine gun 22 children at point blank. 22 children. And to be sure that the work is done, they also throw a grenade to them. Who were these 3 Palestinians? They were members of the Democratic Front for Palestine, a leftist group with very strong ties in communist countries. And even after the massacre, this group was treated in the communist countries like celebrities. In 1972, we have the massacre in Tel Aviv airport, one of the worst terrorist attacks in the history of Israel, organized by a faction of the Popular Front and perpetrated by 3 Japanese terrorists. Japanese terrorists. What would the Japanese do in the Middle East? Well, these Japanese were members of a group called Japanese Red Army. They were Japanese communists. If you were a leftist, if you were a communist, no matter whether you are in Latin America, in Japan, in Africa, in Europe, the war against Israel is your war. 1976, we have a hijacking of an airplane leaving Tel Aviv, organized again by a fraction of the Popular Front, and part of the hijacking were some West German radical leftists, the revolutionary cells. Notice the symbolism. First time after the Second World War, you have Germans pointing their guns to Jews, merely for being Jews. But this time, they're not Gestapo officers. This time, they're not SS. This time, They're German leftists. The question that rises here is, how can people who machine gun children at point blank and who blow up airplanes and hijack airplanes, how can these people be presented as the good guys? How can it be that these people have the image of the freedom fighter? Where if you're a popular front and you have the whole propaganda mechanism of the international left by your side, you can literally get away with murder. Since 1967, Israel has experienced the equivalent of 3 9/11s. This would never have happened without the support, moral and material support of the left. So the big question here is, why? Why does the left have such a hate for Israel? And why does the left have such a support for the Arabs? Because if you think about it, the leftist siding with the Arabs should raise your eyebrows. Because what are the professed values of the left? Democracy, secularism, workers' rights, and with the new left, women's rights and diversity. Well,
Well, I have to say that the left is not really. If you look at Karl Marx manifesto, I mean, Marx was a piece of shit, and he never wrote it directly. He was speaking in vague terms, but you understand that his idea was never democracy. The left's idea is never democracy. They just use democracy to overthrow democracy. Democracy is not the left's friend. They are authoritarian, right? They want they want they want full control, right? They want full control of the system, right? Democracy means that you are working for the people's interest, which the left believe that they are the best interest for the people, and therefore, if you have an agenda and saying that, yeah, this is where we're going, and you go against it, you'll be vilified as an enemy. I mean, this do explain a lot of things when it comes to Islamophobia in the West, because the left supporting Arabs who are Muslims, right? They are their friends. They are both authoritarian. And if you speak about the truth about Muhammad, right, then you will be prosecuted. You will face consequences. And by the way, let me just go back to this guy here. I know this guy, what a hero. Look at this guy.
It's people like you. It's people like you. No. How old was Joseph? How old was Joseph? How old was Joseph?
Look, these cops are arresting him, right? These cops are arresting him for freedom of speech because the Muslims are upset with him, all right, and his Islamophobic comment. So they have to arrest him so that the Muslims will not get offended anymore, right? Because you cannot upset the cute Muslims, because if you upset them, they will riot and they will say, "Hey, we thought we were friends with you, lefties, right? We thought the cops were on our side. Don't you know that we have a unspoken agreement that if you hear Islamophobia, you make sure that this guy gets arrested and silence them, because we if you don't do that, then we will cause terror upon you and everybody else who supports that, right? Just like they did in India with Nupur Sharma, right? Nupur Sharma said on public television, same thing this guy was saying, and all the Arabs or the Muslims around the world started threatening India. And inside of India, of course, there were 2 or 3 terror attacks, right, by Muslims. Because on their Twitter feed, those people who were murdered by terrorist scumbags, Muslims, uh, these people said on their Twitter, I support Nipur Sharma. So if you support Islamophobia and the state, right, which, let's be honest, today are led by mostly the leftist alliance with the Arabs, as Nicholas is talking about, if they don't silence their own, then Muslims will take action in their hands. The leftists know this. The leftists, because the leftists, it's not about democracy or not democracy. The leftist hates religion. Nikos is gonna say that as well. The leftist hates religion, but they will side with the Arabs because of their authoritarianism and because of their strong conviction. They, in a sense, they look up to these scumbags because they wish they were this powerful and being so. They wish they were able enough to guilt shame people to go down to their knees and worship them, right? So it's a like a unholy unholy alliance or an unholy symbiosis between these two. Why are these guys arresting him? Why are these cops arresting him? Oh, public safety? No, there's no bug. I mean, if anything, then hey, again, these guys are chanting "Death to Jews," all right, and the cops do nothing, right? That's fine. That's okay to go and chant "Death to Jews" and talking about the second intifada and all that bullshit. That's fine. But say the truth about Muhammad and you get arrested, right? Yeah, you have to be arrested because you're instigating disturbance of public safety. What a bullshit excuse. I mean, this has happened to Hattuntash multiple times in London. I think this is London.
That wasn't exactly a clever move, mate, was it?
It was a very clever move.
You really think so?
It was the perfect
You know,
move.
it's people like
Everybody
you.
needs to know.
It's people
They
like
need
you.
to know.
No.
Aisha
How old was Joseph?
blind,
How old was
used,
Joseph?
Oh,
The cops are like, man, stop saying the truth about Muhammad, please. Look at the guy's face. Look at the cop. Look at the cop. He's like, man, why did I wake up this morning? Look at the cop's face.
oh.
He's like, fuck me, fuck my life. Why am I in this? Look. Wait. Like he's look at the
You know,
cop.
it's people like you.
Everybody
You know,
He's like, man, can I can this fucking days just go away?
it's people
Like,
like you.
why?
No.
Why?
Aisha
How
He's
old
like,
was
God
Joseph?
damn it, why?
How old was Joseph?
Look at him. He's like, what? For fuck's sake, why? Please, just why? Like, look at it. He look at this face, like this cop. He does not want to be there right now. He's like, I have to do this fucking job, right? I have to do this fucking job, and I'm in the middle of this. I don't give a fuck about anything of this. I just have to do this. Like,
Oh,
How old was
like
Joseph?
yeah. Man, that's funny. All right, so let's move on with this Nikos guy.
Where are you more probable to find these things? In Israel, in Israel of the kibbutzis, the communal property, in Israel that had a quasi-socialist economy for big parts of its existence, in Israel where the trade union is one of the strongest institutional players in the country, in Israel that has the only and obviously biggest gay pride in Middle East, in Israel that had the first female prime minister in the Western world, or in the Arab regimes of the torture chambers, of the dictatorships, where minority rights and women's rights are a joke, and where workers' mobilizations are met with tanks and real bullets. So the left support for the Arabs cannot be because of political alliance. Could it be that it's because the left is anti-Semitic? This is a very popular explanation. I think no. And here's a very simple thought experiment. If Israel was not a Jewish state, if Israel was a Christian state, do you think the left would have any different approach to the Arab-Israeli conflict?
Okay, so I would say that I think they are very much Jew haters. I mean, we can see it clearly today. As much as they are Christian haters, right? They are Christophobes and they are anti-Semitic. They are not Islamophobic, though, right? Again, because in a weird sense, they come from the same playing book, right? It's the same ideology. Islam and the left is based on same ideological principles. Subjugate subjugate the masses, bring them to their knees, and reform the society into the utopian prosperity that you dreamed of. And anything that stands in your way uh, needs to be determined or deterrent, needs to be uh, killed off. Christians and Jews don't have this view, and therefore they're the enemy. So, yes, I do believe that very much there are Jew haters, and that doesn't really make an excuse that if it was a Christian state, that they would act the same, right? I don't really see that as an excuse. Just tells us that they hate both religions equally, I guess. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you won't hear a leftist Marxist. You won't hear them really condemn a Jew for being a Jew, right? He will condemn Israel for being a Jewish state, but he will not like religion as a whole. But when you say you're a Jew to a leftist, right, that means you're part of a bigger problem. You're part of Israel, and therefore they are not gonna like you. Just as much as if you say you're a Christian, you're part of a heritage of Christianity, and they're not gonna like you for that. If you say a Muslim, you're a heritage of terrorism and pedophilia and all other horrible things, right? And somehow, yeah, they have no problem with that because they think they look up to that shit. Yeah. Now I don't know if the left has a problem with pedophilia or not, but yeah, if you say if you go to a debate room on Clubhouse and you say to the leftist atheists who love to debate Christians that Muhammad was a pedophile who sexually violated Aisha when she was 6 years old, they will use the narrative the Muslims use and ask, what about Jacob? Right? Right? Well, our ancestor that did that too. Why would you say that? This is Islamophobic. How can you condemn one but not condemn all the others? Right? That's their excuse. They're using the same narrative. Why? Because they absolutely hate. They hate Judaism and they hate Christianity. Why would an atheist leftist make excuses for what Muhammad did? Think about that. Why? Why would they do that? It's not like they taking their shahada because they know that Islam is shit, but they look up to them. They want to be this adjacent force to bring down the civilized world to its knees, right? And once it's done, just like Iran, they're gonna hope that they're gonna get the power before the Muslims. Not gonna happen. The only time the left has been able to take control is in places where there was no Muslims. In any other place where there are Muslims, the left has failed. All right, Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. I guess Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan are the exception. Perhaps Turkey as well. Well, Turkey really not, because I guess they were actually the Ottoman Empire were at its knees after they lost the war. So I wouldn't put that as an exception. But yeah, the Soviet lost in Afghanistan. Now they have not lost control over. Um, they have, in a sense, there is already very much big problems in the uh, Central Asia countries of old Soviet Union. They are corrupted, they are dictatorships, and they're Muslims. But radical Islamization is not really the issue there, right? Uh, I guess that's the exception of where the left has successfully cucked Islam into submission. Question is for how long? Question is for how long? And question is if those dictators cease to exist and they're gonna try to evoke democracy, right? Question is if they then gonna be taken over by a militant Islamic group that will enforce Sharia. But anyway, uh, we have cases where every time there is a, I guess that's the difference as well, because there was not really a revolution of socialism, right, or anything like that in those Central Asia countries. There was a revolution sort of in Afghanistan that, yeah, didn't go as planned, and there was a socialist revolution in Iran, of course, and that was a disaster. So yeah, you cannot really trust that the left will gain power when it comes to revolution, and it's between the battles of jihad and battles of communism and who will win. Uh, I will put my money on Islam, just because the left are very much not as strong as Islam. And I'm not saying that to make excuses or making Islam look strong or anything. Just that this is what the story tells us. If you play with fire, you will be burned. And Islam is fire. You need to squelch it, right? And the left needs to be squelched too, right? But let's put it this way: there's red fire and blue fire. Blue fire is much hotter than red fire. If communism is red fire, pun intended, then Islam is blue fire, which there is no pun here. But it's much hotter. Right? Okay.
I think not. So if we want to understand the left's loathing of Israel, and if we want
Hello, Banksy. No, I'm not talking to you per se. I mean, I'm talking since this is a live stream, so putting my thoughts out there. And if anybody wants to come in and listen and join me, they're free to do so. Um, if I don't know who you are, Banksy, but if you want to come and join me and talk to me, there is a StreamYard link in the comments. Should be right before this one. before the one you sent here. You can join.
To understand the left's support for the Arabs, we need to move beyond politics. And we need to find ourselves at the field of morality. Because remember, when do most of the lefts turn their back to Israel? In 1967, when Israel triples its size and when Israel becomes stronger. This gives us a prism to understand what is happening. And what is happening has been explained by my colleague Elan Journo, who talked about the underdog principle. The underdog principle. What does the underdog principle mean? It means that in a conflict, we always support the weakest, neediest, most suffering side. No further question asked. When Israel was weak, Israel was tolerated. Now that Israel is strong, and definitely stronger than the Palestinians, Israel is loathed. And actually, if you think about what is today's most dominant morality, you can understand a lot about the conflict in the Middle East and how not only the left, but Western public opinion approaches it. Israel is the startup nation. Israeli culture is about creating, about business, entrepreneurship. There are shopping centers. There are nightclubs. Are these moral endeavors? At best, they can be tolerated, but definitely they're not virtues. But what about the Palestinian? The Palestinian is weak, and the Palestinian is willing to die for something bigger than himself. Now, this something bigger than himself could be an authoritarian regime or could be a theocracy. But who cares? He's weak, he's willing to die for something bigger than himself. We support him, no more questions asked. This underdog principle then can partly explain the left support for Israel, but not fully. Because remember, many leftists and many communists were supporting Israel even before 1967. There were no occupied territories then. There was no wall. There was no, quote, apartheid. There was nothing. So here's my hypothesis. Could it be that many on the left support the Arabs against Israel out of envy for Israel? What is envy? Envy would mean my concern is not for the Palestinians to do better. My concern is not for the Palestinians to be more well off. My concern is for Israel to be worse off for its own sake. Now, that's a very heavy accusation. How can I say something like that? Well, I can say something like that because I observe. I observe what type of people in the Middle East are the leftists supporting. Dictators, theocrats. And then I ask myself, could someone who really care about the Palestinians support Nasser? Can you really care about the Palestinians and want them to be ruled by the theocrats of Hamas? So let's hear from one very prominent leftist, one of the most prominent leftists that we have these days, Jeremy Corbyn. This guy almost became Prime Minister of the UK. This guy aroused an enthusiasm in the left that was unprecedented for decades. And this is a statement from 14 years ago, not from the 60s. So let's hear what Jeremy Corbyn has to say. Tomorrow evening, he's speaking about an event he's organizing. Tomorrow evening, it will be my pleasure and my honor to host an event in Parliament where our friends from Hezbollah will be speaking. I've also invited friends from Hamas to come and speak as well. An organization that is dedicated towards the good of the Palestinian people and bringing about long-term peace and social justice and political justice in the whole region. For me, this statement is very revealing. Corbyn is someone who knows the Middle East very well. He's been there many times. He's been the guest of Hamas and Hezbollah. He knows what Hamas and Hezbollah are about. Hamas and Hezbollah are groups that look up to Iran's Khomeini as their model society. I mean, literally, in the rooms they have the supreme leader of Iran, they recognize him as their leader. How can you really care about the Palestinians and support these people? You cannot care for the Palestinians and love Hamas at the same time. You cannot care about the well-being of the Palestinians and call Hezbollah your friends. He knows what Hamas and Hezbollah are good at. They're good at destruction, they're good at misery, and they're good at bringing subjugation. And he doesn't care. So no, I don't think such people are motivated by solidarity for the Palestinians. I care for the unjustly suffering Palestinians. I don't think they do. I think they're motivated by envy. I want to finish with a thought about Israel. What would it take for Israel to appease the left? What would it take for Israel to persuade the left, look, we're not as bad as you think. Please tolerate us. Please let us be. For the left to tolerate Israel, one thing should happen. Israel to become more equal with the Palestinians, more equal with the Arabs. There are two ways to make Israel more equal with the Arabs. One way is for the Arabs to become more well-off. One way is for Arabs to get on board the ideas of freedom, the ideas of capitalism, the ideas that made Israel the stronger part. Of course, the left would never accept that. But also, there's another way Israel could become more equal with the Arabs. And that would be Israel amputating itself. So here's an example of what the left would consider a fair solution to the conflict. Let's see the first and balanced and compromise solution. So we've heard it many times, the left saying the Israelis should stop the blockade of Gaza. Again, Gaza is this piece of land, and because it's controlled by Hamas, it's under blockade. So let's leave Gaza, have free trade. Obviously, the only party with which they're interested in having free trade would be Iran. Let's also leave the militias in Gaza be able to roam around Israel. After all, the blockade of Gaza is inhuman. What about here, the Golan Heights, right? The Golan Heights are occupied by Israelis. And I told you they're of huge importance because it's the higher ground, and now that Israel occupies it, Syria cannot easily attack. Let's also return the Golan Heights to Syria, because that would be fair, right? So this would mean that here in the Golan Heights, you would have tanks by Assad, you could have Russian army, maybe some Wagner mercenaries, because I know that these are the people who play ball in Syria. And what about the West Bank? Isn't it unfair to have an Israeli occupation there? So let's return the West Bank to the Palestinians, and let's also have free elections in the West Bank. Who would win this election? Hamas. So here you would have a Hamas state with full sovereignty, which means it could invite revolutionary guards to do their practice shooting some miles away from Tel Aviv. It could also invite Russian artillery. I mean, it would be a free country, whatever. They can do whatever they want. This is what the left would consider a fair compromise. This is what the left is asking Israel to do. In other words, the only way for Israel to appease the left would be for Israel to commit suicide. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I came late, but I listened to you on my earphone in my room.
That is very sweet. Thank you. Someone told me he's listening to me in the gym, so yeah.
Related to your topic, I wanted to recommend a book by Leon Uris. It's called The Hajj.
The Hajj.
H-A-J. It will give, and first, a fascinating book to read. It will give a history. It's completely not politically correct, probably will not allow nowadays, and it will show more than what you just described about the background, and just highly recommended related to this topic.
Thank you
very much.
By the way, this is a topic that once you get into it, it's a rabbit hole. It's very, very fascinating. And also, since the Soviet archives have opened, and since the East Germany's archives opened, we've learned way more stuff.
Nikos, thank you very much for that presentation. Very impressive.
Thank you very much.
My question has to do with something I've heard other objectivists talk about, that the left will always eat its own. And it always seems like the people who are slightly left are going to get eaten by the people who are further left, who are going to get eaten by, and so on and so forth. Can you speak to that? Because I'm not sure, I'm not married to the idea, but I can see how that is a possibility.
Yeah, this can explain also why the Palestinian movement has turned more towards Islamism lately. Because the left proved inefficient. They were willing to shoot children at point blank. They were not willing to blow up themselves. So you are right. Every time in this conflict, we see that someone even darker and even more, how to put it, even more committed to destruction takes charge. So this is Hamas's actually appeal, that in a way they're purer. The Popular Front were secularists. They cared about cars, women, the good life when they would go to East Germany and have like their villas. Hamas is pure. It's literally a death cult. It's about destruction. That's it. I don't care if I die. I want to take as many Jews with me as possible. So yeah, what you're saying definitely makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a fairly recent college graduate. That's loose, it was 2015, but I remember at the time it was very much pro-Palestinian, and arguments or facts presented otherwise were depicted as coming from conservative boogeymen, for lack of a better term, and dismissed offhand. It would be very difficult to change that perception. I remember one classmate actually who is American Jewish just talking about how terrifying Israel is with its military force. So my question is how to go about challenging that narrative in a way that's acceptable enough not to just get dismissed as a conservative boogeyman.
That's a very good question. I mentioned at some point that there were 20,000 Soviet officers and soldiers in Egypt. I believe that 20 intellectuals have done more damage to Israel than the 20,000 Soviet officers in Egypt. Because they've created exactly what you described, an atmosphere where if you dare to question that Israel is the bad guy, you are in academia, you are a pariah. So what is the best way to fight?
And I want to add to that.
The best.
Not only is it about Israel here, right? But it's also about Islam, right? If you dare to speak up about Islam in academia, then you will be a pariah, right? You will not be heard. You will be excluded. You will not. In fact, if you actually try to make studies about religion these days, or studies about terrorism these days, you will not talk about what Nikos is talking about. You will not talk about the left's ties to terrorism, and you will not talk about the Muslim link to terrorism as well, right? This is because the old reptiles who are sitting atop of the food chain will not let go their power of academia. Talking people like Noam Chomsky, right? Noam Chomsky, here's the thing. There is, you guys have heard probably about intersectionalism. Noam Chomsky, he is a linguist. He invented a lot of the tools we need today for translating languages worldwide, right? He invented that. He invented that school of academia. But also, of course, his leftist ideas has influenced academia greatly, right? It's widespread. Philosophy, right, is all, like anywhere you go in academic studies today, you will find some form of remnant of, not a remnant, some form of include intersectional studies or inclusive studies, of how, talking about the oppressed Muslims in the West and Islamophobia and how bad the religions has uh, affected, uh, may I say, religion, I mean Christianity and Judaism, the Western world, right? You will not talk about how bad Islam is or how bad socialism is. You will talk a little bit about the Soviet Union, right? But you will talk about Soviet Union as an entity that is very much alien to socialism and communism, which is very odd since this is they are the ones, right? They're the ones who implemented it to its fullest. It's it's the same as if you talk about ISIS, right? You will say that ISIS is a terror organization, right? Because you cannot deny it anymore. Or Hamas is a terror organization. You cannot deny it. But you will of course say that the same stupid excuse. This has nothing to do with Islam, right? Communism has nothing to do with Soviet Russia. This is the mentality of the people, right? In academia. That's why you see LGBTQ standing with the Palestinians. That's why you see all these leftist retards, right? I cannot say retards anymore. Sorry. Zombie-tards, right? Z-tards. Let's call them Z-tards, all right? The leftist Z-tards, they are now abiding and and allying themselves. They are promoting jihad, right? Because they because of these people, like Nico says, those 20 intellectuals, right? Those 20 intellectuals has done more damage. And I think I might do a list of the leftist narrative and who is funding them all and where it comes from, to show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Today it's in in the news network, in the news report, right? I have heard that news networks will not call Hamas a terrorist organization because of people within the organizations themselves not wanting to say that Hamas is a terror organization. Right? Look how deep it goes. Right? You will have you will have rallies on campuses worldwide, right? Ivy League campuses, right? Rallying death to Jews because of these pieces of shit. Right? There's the link, the ties is so hard, and it's an open secret. But once you talk about it, you you will be pushed back. Right? It's like you do not dare to question uh, the state affairs. Do not quit. Do not dare to come after our livelihood. Right? If you dare to come after us, then we will make sure that we're going to use our useful idiots against you. That's what's going on.
Way is facts. The best way is, okay, tell me what happened in 1948. By the way, you'd be surprised how many people, like I grew up as a leftist wearing the Palestinian scarf.
Hello.
If you talk
Banks. I don't know who Banks is. Welcome. If you want to say something.
Hello, how's it going, mate?
Hello.
Sorry, I found myself subscribed to you, but I didn't actually know how or why. But I was subscribed to you. I guess it must have been you must have jumped on one of the panels or somehow. I must have come across you at some point.
Right.
Yeah, I find this Nikos gentleman actually extremely interesting. I just started googling him. How
Mm.
did you come across his speeches? Because he's not that big. He's only got like 500 subscribers on YouTube, and yet he's making I don't know. Is this a TED talk or is this something else?
I don't know. I saw this on my feed yesterday, and I wanted to share it. I think it's very spot on, so I wanted to share it.
All
Yeah.
right. Oh, yeah. No, it's just unusually interesting. You see, this is the shame of sometimes YouTubers that like people like yourself who are actually producing some good material are going missed or getting missed by larger audiences because I don't know. I say I don't even know how and why I'm subscribed to you. I just know I was, and it just came up on my feed
Well, you're
when you went
welcome, man.
live.
Nice to. I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't know you
I
either.
know
So
it's. I know this is
usually people who come and talk to me are people friends from other platforms. It's the first time
of
talking
course.
to you, so yeah, I'm.
Yeah,
I mean, welcome. Nice
thank you.
to have a fan.
Are you? Are
Yeah.
you? I take. Are you in the United States or United Kingdom?
Neither.
Oh, you're
I like
not.
to
Oh,
not to talk about my whereabouts that much, but
sure.
I'm in Scandinavia at the moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm in the UK. So I thought, no, I just thought maybe I spoke to you at Speaker's Corner or because I
Oh,
frequent there quite often and I record and I do stuff at Speaker's Corner sometimes and in central London, obviously. Last few weeks, a lot of protests, Palestinian protests. I've covered some of them. And yeah, I mean, a little bit of background. I'm a British Iranian. Um, I was raised in Britain, but I was born in Iran. And just your run of the mill, non-believing guy. I'm not religious at all. And just generally, yeah, I just go around covering whatever I can as far as London events are concerned. Quite a few of them at Speaker's Corner because
all right. Well,
there's a
in
lot
that
of religious
case,
folk there.
I don't know how long have you been listening to this live? Because I
Yeah.
started with the tweet from Harry Sultan.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I listen to
You
those
seen
guys. I
that one?
listen to. Yeah, I haven't seen the tweet from Harry Sultan,
All
no,
right.
but because I
Let me
didn't
share it.
scroll back
Okay.
to the beginning of your
Okay.
stream.
No,
I came in like an hour in.
let's watch it again. Let's watch it again.
Mate, you wanted to get something in? Yes, please. I would like to say that there is a big problem in Islam. It's written in the Hadith, which all Muslims, all good Muslims believe in the Hadith. And it is written in the Hadith that Prophet Muhammad was 50 or 53 years old when he sexually penetrated Aisha. No. Aisha, she was 9 years old. She was 9 years old. Step away, lad. You're better than him. You're better than him. Hey, you're better than him. Hey, lad,
I love this.
lad, you're better than him. Lad, you're better than him.
This is London, yeah.
Yes, yeah, this is definitely England. I mean, I presume it's London, but it's definitely England. And yeah, I mean, that man is a madman. He's taking his life in his own hands on that one.
Okay.
I'm sorry to say that is the state of
You guys
Britain.
are
Yeah.
better than this.
The funny thing is, it can't deny it. That's actually true. I actually saw this. A friend of mine reposted this, and I said, "Was he lying? He wasn't lying. It's not.
Yeah.
Look, the man has been arrested. They are
Yeah.
arresting him for
Yeah.
what he just said, and he wasn't even lying. And even the Muslims themselves can't deny it. It's perfectly true.
You know, it's
Look,
people
look.
They
like you.
accept
No.
it.
How
No,
old was Joseph?
how old was Joseph?
How old was Joseph?
That's always what they say. How old was Joseph? Like that's their excuse.
It's like their rebuttal.
Yeah. So this is the state of affairs in London, right? You can scream death to Jews all you want, but say the truth about Muhammad, and yeah, the police will arrest you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I
Yeah.
can understand why the police had to arrest him. They had to essentially take him away from that environment. Otherwise, they would kill him. They would be, instead of arresting one guy for saying something, they'd be arresting several people for murder. So unfortunately, that is how it is. I
Well,
mean,
that
you can say this
since
at
you say
Speaker's
you're from,
Corner.
yeah, yeah, exactly. You say you're from Speaker's Corner, so I've been
Yeah.
watching Hatuntash for a long time,
Oh,
and this has happened to
you know the
Hatuntash
players.
how many times?
Hatun Tash has been literally stabbed in the face. There was a gun
Yeah,
plot to shoot her. There was like she's been smacked in the face several times. Several of her Qurans have been stolen. I was there for a couple of them. And well, certainly one of them. I wasn't there for the second. I think second, the third one. No, I was there for one of them where they stole her little leaflet thing she had. She had this little Quran, printed Quran with a mouse coming through a hole. It's a long story, but anyway, it's to do with the Quran and Allah being a mouse and whatnot. And the second time was when she had this Quran. You know, she's got the famous Quran with the holes drilled in
of
to
course.
express the holes in the
Yeah, yeah,
narrative.
yeah.
So yeah, I was there for one of those when they grabbed it and took. I tried to grab the guy, but I only had one hand because I was holding a camera and tripod with the other hand. So the guy just got away. And that was two of the events. And then yeah, she's been hit in the face. She's been they tried to stab her in the face. Uh, and then there was the last time I heard there was a gun. There was a person who was going to travel from Wales, which is west of England, west of the United Kingdom, to London to buy a gun and to shoot her and her friends, anyone around her. They were going to actually, use it. That was the attempt. But the taxi driver that he was confessing all of this to drove him to a police station and, and shot him. You know what I mean? Basically, yeah, had him arrested. Otherwise, I mean, in a weird way, that sort of shows that there are good Muslims in the world as well. Where this taxi driver, where this guy felt he was a fellow Muslim brother and this and that, actually did the right thing. So that kind of gives you a little bit of hope. Not much though, not much.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's probably how he got caught, right? He was like, "Brother, I'm gonna kill Hatuntash. You're coming with me, right, to Jinnah?" He's like, "Are you crazy?
Exactly,
Are you crazy? Like, what the
exactly,
fuck? Like, I'm trying to do my job here. Like, I'm barely surviving driving a cab. Like, get the fuck out of here."
exactly. The guy's like, dude, man, I got family to feed. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
I'm taking you straight to the police station.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but what I mean is that's the reality. That's the reality of London. I mean, I was out a couple of weeks ago on a Saturday with the protesters, and everybody who asked, are you supporting Palestine?" I'm like, absolutely, of course, well done. You must be kidding. I'm not gonna. And the thing was, some of the people in my chat were writing like shalom and like joke, sarcastic comments, and these guys were reading them, and I was like, the guy he said shalom in your chat. I'm like, no, he's just sarcastic. It's just he doesn't mean it. Otherwise, I could get my ass kicked. You could seriously get hurt in London if you're out amongst these guys. This it's like a zombie mob. They don't.
Okay, so let me ask you: if you go to Speaker's Corner, right?
Mm,
It's infested with Muslims. If you want to go to Speaker's Corner and say that you want to debate and you pro Israel, don't the Muslim at least respect that? Like, because it's like it's Speaker's
mm,
Corner, right? I mean,
yeah. Yeah, no, the
how,
speaker's corner, it's a different environment. Speaker's corner is cool. There are people there. Last week there were people there with Israeli flags, pro-Israeli supporters, all of that, and that was cool. And there was a whole bunch of pro-Palestinian supporters. But Speaker's corner is a very particular environment. It's not the same. If you go with an Israeli flag in the middle of central London when all the pro-Palestinians are out, like today, you go down to Trafalgar Square. No, you're going to get torn limb from limb. That's a different place. That's a different animal. At like Trafalgar Square or opposite 10 Downing Street, where the Prime Minister lives. No, you can't do that there. You can get away with it at Speaker's Corner because the police will intervene and say, look, you're all here to have free speech. These guys have got their speech, you guys have got your speech, and that's that. That works in that environment.
Well, yeah, it works not always, right? I mean,
Yeah,
I've
I mean,
seen
I mean,
a
for the most
Hatuntash
part,
is like exactly the
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, of course, there are
It's not
exceptions.
it's not safe. It's not as safe as it used to be, right? I mean,
No,
that's the fact.
100%. You're right. It's
Yeah.
not it's not a safe. It's not 100%. It's like an 80% safe environment. There's still that 20% of radical crazies who might come through and just attack. I myself have been attacked as well, but
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear
generally,
that. Yeah.
nah, it's all right. It's nothing. But in central London, no, that mob will stomp your head out. That's a they're not taking it's a different thing. It's an entirely different environment. That's why if you I don't know if you noticed, the Muslims protest on a Saturday, the Jews protest on a Sunday. Admittedly, the Jews, religious Jews, they can't do anything on a Saturday, Sunday anyway, it's Shabbat, so they're not allowed to even protest even if they wanted to. So they can't technically protest until Sunday. But how it's worked out is that the Palestinians come out, or Palestinians come out Saturdays, then the pro-Jews Israelis come out Sundays, and you'll see them protest in front of the BBC, 10 Downing Street, Parliament, whatever. And the funny thing is, if you look at the protests of the Jews versus the protests of the Palestinians, I don't want to spoil it for you, but you will immediately know which is the peaceful group. Immediately, you
Oh,
can tell
yeah.
which is
Well,
the more peaceful
let me
group.
ask you this, right? Because there was a rally in Birmingham that was peaceful, and it seemed to be a lot of people, who supported Israel. But like, if size wise, how big is the issue? Because I see like people calling for the global intifada worldwide right now. So like,
Mm.
if you just look at the size, like how many people actually show up for pro-Israel versus how many people show up for pro-Palestine.
Oh yeah, no, the pro-Palestinians are, I would say, nearly 4 times the size. It's not even close. The pro-Palestinians compared to the pro-Israeli side, it's huge in London. Certainly, if you've seen I think it was not, I don't know, maybe it was last Saturday or the Saturday before. Like there was some drone or aerial shots of them around the where the BBC Centre is in Regent Street, Oxford Circus. The whole area was just packed with people. It was like, I don't know, thousands of people. Whilst the pro-Israeli side, maybe a couple of thousand at best, maybe a few hundred. Really, we're talking maybe maybe 1,000, maybe plus a little bit plus 1,000, but nowhere near the levels of. Um, because the thing is, I'll be perfectly honest though, the Jewish communities as a whole are an insular community. They are not out to make loud noises. Historically, they're just, I think maybe it's to do with the decades and decades of pogroms and Holocaust and a lot of bigotry towards them. They've kind of kept themselves to themselves. So you don't see them. Then I've never hardly ever seen Jewish people protest. I mean, this is like even the first time I've seen them come out in any large numbers. I've hardly ever see Jewish people protest in large numbers in London. They are an insular community. They keep to themselves and they deal with their own communities and their own lives. They don't make too much wave, or they don't make too many sounds. I mean, they don't get me wrong. They're very clever. They do things legally. They do things through the judicial system. They are very, litigious, and they do things through the law and they through politics. They are very clever groups that but they don't scream and shout yalla 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 in the streets. They're not like that. That's not how they move. They move differently, and you'll see that actually in the fact that anti-Semitism, there's a legislation for it in Britain. There is no legislation for Islamophobia because the Jews get shit done, but the Muslims, they
I
just
have
scream
to
and
I have
shout.
to disagree there. I mean, there was I don't know if you're familiar with Jay Smith.
Yes, yeah. I've met him at Speaker's Corner several
Oh,
times.
really? Oh, cool.
Yeah, because he talks with Hatun and he comes and does speeches and
Yeah,
speaks
yeah, he's a
with Hatun.
Hatun's tutor or whatever you want to
Yeah,
call it.
yeah, like mentor.
he said that this was back in 2004 something when what's his name? He was prime minister. Tony Blair was still in
Oh yeah.
office. So he said that there was to be a petition for Islamophobia, right? There was like really
Mm.
about and I think the House of Lords, not the House of Commons, but House of Lords stopped it because of Tony Blair, right? He said no, but they were about to get it done, right? You will not be able to say anything about Islam, but even if it's not legislated, right? You can clearly see, like with that clip we just saw, that no, you cannot say the truth about Muhammad, no, because you will
Yeah.
be deemed as Islamophobic. And even in workplaces and spaces in a social environment, if you say something about Islam, you're a pariah. So I would say they don't need the legislation, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, but what I'm saying is just like in the legal sense, even though you're right, socially and by force, by the sheer masses and punches and kicks, they silence most people about Islam. Legally, there, I mean, the other aspect of Islamophobia was that it was not well defined. So that's where most of the time it falls over, is because Muslims themselves haven't been able to actually get a decent definition, so that that also allows people to criticize Islam, but at the same time they can't be bigoted towards Muslims. So that's why I think this is they found it hard to pass it through in any sort of legal way. But nevertheless, yeah, you're right that in a social setting, yeah, people don't really want to discuss. I mean, as I said, like you said, your job, your in a work environment, or if you're not protected by the police in the street, but still, in a lot of other avenues, you can still criticize Islam in a heavy way. I mean, the internet is at the moment the number one place where most ex-Muslims or people who critique Islam go to. I don't know how long that's going to last, because there are some laws coming in. There's a British law that's already been passed called the Internet Safety Bill, and that's going to create a lot of what's it called, avenues for censorship. There's one being passed through Europe for the European Internet Safety Bill of some sort, and that's going to
Yeah,
again clamp down
yeah.
on more censorship. So all of these things are going to clamp down, but as always with the internet, they can't control the internet. I mean, most of these politicians don't even understand the internet. They don't know how it moves, how it works. So people will always find avenues. It's just your mainstream internet sites like YouTube and Twitter and
Well,
Facebook.
I will tell you when it comes to internet, I'm not big, right? But I've been on Clubhouse, and I've been banned countless times from Clubhouse. I think I'm ghost banned on Twitter right now, and as you can see, my channel, I'm trying YouTube. My channel is not real big. Uh, what I noticed is if I wanna piss off Muslims, right? Uh, but the algorithms, the robots will not pick up one thing, right? That is if you curse them in Arabic, but using English letters.
Oh,
So,
interesting.
yeah. So if you say
Yeah,
Rasul ibn Sharmuta, but you use
write it
English,
in
yeah, you write
phonetic
it in English,
English.
yeah. Then it stays. The comment stays.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Well, yeah, I
yeah.
think it's because, yeah, you're right. The algorithm, it doesn't translate that basically. It's just does it sees it as, I think, just gobbledygook. But you're right. There are ways, as I said, there are always ways around it, and there will always be ways around it. And the internet is just far too open and big for these countries and for these organized legal organizations to try to c- stifle it. What the thing is, you see, ultimately they don't really want to kill all the speech on the internet, because they can't, even if they want. Even China and Saudi Arabia can't ban people, keep people silent. So obviously they know they can't do that. But what they can do is they can close the avenues of free speech for for the majority of people, for the layman people, for those who don't know the internet. They don't know how to maneuver through the internet and get to free speech areas. So for those
Yeah,
people who don't
for the
know.
people who for example, I have a friend. She's very she's a very, she would be called a kahanist, right? But she's very outspoken. She's a Jewish, and as soon as she speaks, I mean, yeah, she gets canned right away, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, for people like her, who, and I can understand her frustration, right?
Yeah.
That when she comes up and she wants to make her voice heard, yeah, people like that, they will make sure that, yeah, you will not be able to say what you want to say. But then, of course, there's so many Palestinians and Muslims worldwide who chants "Death to Jews," and
Yeah.
that's somehow okay. I
Yeah. Yeah.
because there's
This
there's
is
too many to stop.
yeah, exactly. But the thing is, again, they can try to silence, as it what really these politicians want, and these organizations, European Union, etc. They want to make sure the voting blocks are kept in the dark long enough, the wool is pulled over their eyes long enough for them to vote the right way. The one thing that the only thing that they care about is for the masses to vote the right way. When someone like Donald Trump gets elected, they get scared. And so they don't want that to happen in Europe. They don't want a Donald Trump of Europe. They don't want a Donald Trump of Britain or any other place. They don't want these outliers to suddenly make headway through by getting popular on the internet. So that's really all they care about. So as long as they can keep the masses in the dark, the few freaks and geeks like you and me who find ways on the internet to talk about what they want to talk about with the small groups that we come across, they don't care. They don't care because we're not a voting block. We're not going to make voting decisions or
I
changes. We're not
actually noticed
kingmakers.
that. I noticed that when you have enough followers that people start to care, then you got.
That's
If
it. That's when
yeah,
the hammer comes
if yeah,
down.
yeah, if you're nobody, like, yeah, they don't care about you. But as
Yeah,
soon as
I mean,
people
I
start
swear
listening, yeah.
on my channel is fairly small. I only got like 2,800 like subs, and I get a few. I mean, in the recent few weeks with the Palestinian things, I got like a couple of hundred or 120 like live viewers at one go, and that's like been the biggest audience I've had in like since friggin' 2019. So I can pretty much say whatever I want. I can swear on my channel. I can cuss. I can do whatever the heck I want. The other day I was in Palestine, I was in central London, and I was swearing on my to my, bantering with my audience. And the guy next to me was like, "Oh my god, you can swear on your channel?" I'm like, "Yeah, nobody cares on my channel. They don't care because I'm already shadow banned. I'm already stifled. They don't care because my audience isn't that big. Now, if I suddenly had 2,000, 3,000, 30,000 live viewers, oh, they would care then. One out of place word and that shut the whole stream down. But since I only have 100 viewers, they don't care. I'm flying under the radar effectively. And as long as you fly under the radar, you can pretty much get away with anything. Anything. I've literally posted on Twitter things that other people were banned for. I saw that they were banned for this, so I retweeted it. Never got a ban. That post is still up. Not even one word from Twitter to say there's anything wrong with it. Because why? Because 20 people saw my post, whilst the other guy had 10, no, no, 500,000 people saw his posts. that's so, that's the difference. That's the difference. If you're irrelevant, you've got free speech. Funnily enough, you can say whatever the hell you want as long as no one cares. But the minute someone cares and people start to pay attention to what you say, the hammer will come down. That's all. That's that because they know and they've learned now since 2016. The internet is a kingmaker. It can make and break presidents. It can do that. It has that capability now. So they have to come down on it. And the European Union is picking up on that. The British government has already legislated for it. All the countries around the world are going to start doing it. So my recommendation: find a good VPN and and make sure your VPN is locked in tight because that's the only way you're going to be able to see the stuff they're going to ban for you, from you. I saw. Sorry, I'm going on a bit. I saw an article recently where they say Israel is banning Al Jazeera from reporting in the Gaza situation because they're very biased, and so they're not letting them into Israel to report on it. And they were like, "Oh, it's outrageous. We should talk to the American consulate about this. The Americans should have something to say about this. What's going on? Israel is supposed to be like a free nation." And I said, I'm sorry, could someone tell me how I can find RT in Europe? Because it's kind of hard for me to see what's going on RT since the the what's it called, the Ukraine situation is kicked off.
Yeah,
They banned RT from Europe straight
yeah,
away. You can't see it anywhere unless you're on a VPN. I have to go on a Brazilian VPN to get my
Hmm,
feed from RT.
really. Brazil of all places. Huh.
I know, I know. I have to go to Brazil
Huh.
to get free speech. This is how it is. So when they scream and shout about, oh, Israel is blocking Al Jazeera, like, you guys blocked RT within a day or two of the invasion in Ukraine. You literally banned it from all of Europe. Rumble is banned from France. The whole site is banned from France. You can't get on Rumble in France. So there's no problem for European countries to ban, you know, freedom of, news agencies or social media sites when they feel like it. Nobody's screaming and shouting about that. But when Israel does it, oh, now it's hell to pay. It's
Mm.
suddenly the world turns upside. It's double standards, man. I swear, if they didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all.
I gotta say one thing though. I don't think it's wrong to ban RT or Al Jazeera because I mean these news networks in an essence are not for free speech themselves, right? Now you can make the argument that uh, yes, American or global news networks are also not unbiased, uh, but they are, to my knowledge, they're not fully. They're not a propaganda machine for the state, right? So essentially, you can say, well, that's not true either in
I'll
these
be honest.
days,
Come on, have
but
you seen the BBC? BBC isn't a
yeah.
propaganda machine. BBC,
Uh,
the British Broadcasting Corporation, is not a propaganda machine for
well,
the
I mean,
state.
okay, so you okay, so the BBC are able uh, to have voices from different points of view, right? Even if they are critical of the British government themselves, something that will not be allowed when it comes to Al Jazeera or RT. So that I would say
The
that's
thing
the
is,
difference.
I'll be honest. They say that that's like what's written on the paper, but in reality, they never do. They never really bring anyone that really critiques the government. They have someone who's toast, vanilla toast, kind of middle of the road type of person to pretend to be the voice on the opposite other side. And they never bring on a real conservative. They never really bring on anyone that is truly going to challenge the British government's mandates on
Well,
various
that
different
that
things.
that's true. That's true. They are
That's the thing.
pussies. They
They
are
they they
pussies when
give
it
you
comes
the
to that. Yeah,
perception of
yeah,
neutrality, but they never are. And in fact,
yeah,
in recent times, up until recently, I think you mentioned it yourself. The BBC refused to call Hamas a terrorist organization.
yeah,
They
yeah.
they wouldn't even refer to them as a terrorist
Yeah, that
organization.
that 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 is a very very urgent issue or very alarming issue. I mean,
Exactly,
how like the rot from within, like we can clearly see who's in control of these organizations, right?
exactly.
When you cannot say Hamas is a terror organization, then I mean, yeah, the problem is within the system itself. Yeah,
Precisely. So this is why I mean, don't get me wrong, as a free speech advocate myself, of course I don't want RT to be banned. I don't want Al Jazeera to be banned. I actually think they should all. I think there's an expression, one of the guys, there's a guy called Pavlov, he's a Ukrainian who's currently very much involved in the support, protests in England for support of Ukraine. He said this thing ages ago as a speaker's corner. He says free speech is the alarm bell above a fool's head and the crown upon a wise man's head. When you let people speak, they will ultimately show themselves for who they are, and they will show themselves as the fool or as the wise man. And that's all I want. I want free speech to expose, let them talk, let them say it, because once everyone has their say, and once finally out of a heap of crap, the truth bubbles up to the surface, you will know who's who. You will know where people stand. And I would rather face my enemy in front of me and know who they are than to have them scheme behind my back. And that's all it does. Once you stifle free speech, what happens? These guys don't go away. These opinions don't disappear. They simply go on the ground, and then they start to scheme in dark corners, and you don't even see them coming when they finally expose themselves. They catch you off guard. Actually, it's far better for them to say it to your face than it is to scheme behind your back. But unfortunately, you know, these countries now, these free so-called free Western countries, they've lost those principles. They don't run on principles anymore. They don't have honorable principles anymore. They used to. These countries came about in these free societies with these sort of honorable principles, but nowadays it's gone. It's so corrupt. It's so it's a shamble. It's a sham. It's a shill of what it used to be. And this includes America, Canada, Australia, all of these nations. They're just a shill of what they were.
Well, let me
And
ask you, when it comes to Al Jazeera, right? Uh, right now, we are very much in a propaganda war in the like in the democratic Western countries. I mean,
sure, sure.
the whole world is drawn into a propaganda machine war fueled by Hamas and their allies. Al Jazeera is very much part of that war campaign,
Mm,
right? So when it comes to free speech, uh, I agree with free speech, and it's important. Uh, However, when it, I know you're gonna say, well, you cannot be a full free speech advocate if you say I believe in free speech, but
mm. Yeah, everything that comes after the but
yeah,
ignores
yeah,
everything before it.
yeah, exactly. No, but uh, this is a time of war. We know that media is used as a war campaign, especially now.
Of
I mean,
course.
even when you say let's we're gonna people will see the truth. I mean, look at that hospital hoax. All right, right. You know which one I'm
Mm.
talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The one that they claimed Israel bombed, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it
I
looks
mean,
more like
Pierce
Hamas.
Morgan had Hassan.
Hassan Piker. Yeah, yeah.
No, no, not Hassan Piker. Hussam, no, not Hassan. Hussam Zumlet, right? The
Oh,
ambassador.
yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
yeah. He. I mean, he showed him the footage, and he still denied and said, "No, this is Israel." Right?
Yeah.
Like, but when you are so dedicated to that war campaign and to deceive the masses, uh, then when when it's when the news network is used as a weapon, isn't it good to make sure that the enemy will not be able to use that weapon?
No, not in this modern age. This is the problem because everyone has an avenue to create their own echo chamber. Okay, I can curate my own feed, my own YouTube feed, my own even TikTok feed, and Facebook to give me what I want to see. So I can I can easily in a couple of days manipulate the algorithm to create my own echo chamber very easily. I've clocked it with TikTok several times. So if I can do that, then I will get what I want to see. I will see what I want to see. You can ban Al Jazeera all you like. I'll have a million ways to get Al Jazeera. I have a million ways to get RT. So, oh, by the way, Press TV, which is also a banned outlet, which is an Iranian sponsored propaganda machine. I still look at those feeds, not because I think that they're truth tellers, but I want to see what the other side is saying. What propaganda are they peddling? And also, I can see the counter argument to the propaganda I'm being fed by the Western medias, because I know they're propagandizing me too. So I have to see another level, the other side's propaganda to see what's going on over here as well, because I don't trust any of them. Well, I start from the position of I don't trust any of you, and I have to see all of you just to get a rounded idea of what the hell's going on. But the fact is that in this modern age, you're not going to stop people anyway. They're going to create either their own echo chamber if they want to, or they're going to get the information that you supposedly want to ban them from. So that's I would say, a fool's effort anyway to try to pretend that you're going to somehow protect people from propaganda. But the most important part is
Maybe,
that it
maybe, but
exposes
in
people
this,
to
maybe,
everything.
but in this case, I would say I don't think Israel is doing anything wrong. Making sure that Al Jazeera is not operating on their soil.
Well, no, no, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. I can, you can say Europeans or me in England or you in Europe may or may not wish to watch Al Jazeera or not. You choose that. I don't believe that Al Jazeera, Israel, or even, for example, Russia, has to allow the BBC to walk around and make whatever videos they want from within your country. No, if Russia says no, I don't
Okay,
want the
but
BBC
you got
there,
to understand
fine.
one thing here, Banksy. There's difference when BBC goes in and reports on a war situation, and they film what's going on, and they go back to the news network and talk about it, and they might have their biased opinion, yes, but they at least view it accurately of what's going on. Whereas Al Jazeera very much is just fueling Pallywood. Do you know about Pallywood?
Sorry, which one's that?
Pallywood. You know about
Pa-
Pallywood?
Palawood?
So
No, no.
okay, so it's a term, but like when they cry that Israel has killed so many Palestinian and so many
Oh yeah,
babies, and look at the dead bodies here and there, right? Like a
sure.
lot of these times, like these are just actors, right?
Oh yes,
Or even sometimes they just post an image that is from another war somewhere else and says these are Palestinians, right?
sure. Yeah.
Notably, there was like a massacre by Assad in Syria 2014, right? And they showed dead babies. Now they show this as this was Israel's doing right
In
now,
Gaza.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So this and Al Jazeera is just repeating everything of that narrative, right? The
Mm,
same thing with that hoax, with the hospital hoax. So
yeah.
that's why I'm saying like this is not about free speech or about different biases and everybody's outcome. This is
Hmm.
really fueling a narrative and shifting reality into a propaganda machine.
Yeah,
So
but the
so
thing
so in
is,
in in that sense, I don't think free speech even uh, is a thing anymore. It's not about free speech. It's just a war
it's
strategy.
well, it's a propaganda war. It's a propaganda war, which
Right.
is, yeah, you're right. But the thing is, that is still going to happen, regardless of whether Israel allows them to come into Israel and report directly on the ground or not. That is still going to happen.
Maxie, you got to remember one thing, right? If Al Jazeera is gonna come in and report in Israel, what they will do is probably go into the terror attacks, the kibbutz where the terror attacks happened, right?
Hmm.
And they will film, and they will shift the narrative and bring more confusion. And I think
I,
that's what Israel don't want to happen.
Again, I'm not begrudging Israel any more than I would begrudge Russia from not allowing the BBC. I'm not saying that these guys should just open their doors. Oh yeah, so we believe in free speech, so you can just come and say whatever the hell you want about us. If they say no, we don't believe that you're going to be benefiting, or you're going to be a negative influence on our society. I 100% agree that a country can just say no. You can't come into my country. I'm not banning. You can go and report whatever the hell you want, but I'm not letting you in my country. This is my country, and you're going to create a negative effect in our country right now. So I'm sorry, and the Russians can say that, the Iranians can say that, the Americans can say that. But what I'm saying is that ultimately, when it comes to the outside of that environment influence, Al Jazeera is still going to produce whatever they're going to produce. Russian Times is going to produce whatever they want to produce, and the BBC is going to produce what they want to produce. As an outsider myself, in a country that isn't involved in this conflict directly, I would like to get all of that perspective. I would prefer if I got all that perspective, whether the Israelis wish to be in a echo chamber or not. It's on them. I'm not begrudging them. But I would say that if you allow the free speech and the propaganda even to be published, but also for the counter argument to that to also be published, to crush them, sometimes you will find that actually crushing and countering their narrative and exposing them for liars is more effective than banning them. There's a prime case in Britain where there's a guy called Nick Griffin who was the chairman of the British National Party, the BNP, and they were considered a very racist sort of party, bigoted towards non-whites, etc., etc. And they went on a BBC show. The BBC allowed them to go on a particular show called Question Time, and that one appearance by Nick Griffin destroyed that party. It crushed them because he was asked some really tough questions, which he had to, express his semi-honest opinion, and everybody saw through this guy. And it practically destroyed the whole party. I mean, the party still exists, but it's virtually non-existent. It's like nobody even wants to be really associated with them anymore. People even like Tommy Robinson don't want to be associated with. I don't know if you know who Tommy Robinson is,
Of course.
but he doesn't want to be associated with British National Party anymore. And that's how bad it is. And this guy is hated in England by in 10 different ways. He distanced himself from it. That's how bad that appearance was. So one exposure of a person that you think is bad could be 1,000-fold better for you for your overall narrative than banning them. If they'd banned Nick Griffin from that Question Time, the British National Party would still have more relevance in this country than allow him to come on. So that's the irony, is that you never know what results, what may come out of you allowing people to talk. That's what I'm saying about the bell over the fool's head and the crown upon a wise man's head. When you let them talk, you suddenly go, holy shit, this guy's an absolute idiot. and it flips your entire perspective of what this individual or this party or this group were.
Yeah, but Bex, you coming from a perspective, and I mean, yes, you come from you're on the right path here, uh, but so when it comes to Al Jazeera or Russia Today or any other news network that is very one-sided and is essentially a regime's voice, echoing voice, right? That's what, for example, put it this way: you have Iranian roots. Imagine that Iranians came to a new country, right? And your generation was fueled even after you came to Britain. You were fueled because of the satellites, right? You were fueled by Iranic propaganda day in day out since you were born, and you ignored everything else, right? This is what Al Jazeera has been doing with when it comes to Palestine, right?
Yes.
So, and not just Palestine, but just Arab news as a whole.
Oh yeah, the Arab perspective, or the Muslim Arab
Yeah,
Middle
yeah,
Eastern perspective. Yeah,
yeah.
they've completely skewed it
Yeah,
towards one
yes.
side.
So people come to as so-called fugitives, right? I would say so-called because, yeah, but sometimes they're not. Anyway, they come to a new country, all right? They set up shop, and they bring their satellites with them, right? They buy a satellite dish, and in their news network, day in day out, in their household is Al Jazeera. Now you will have a newscaster in the native tongue of the country they're in. They ignore that, right? They don't care about listening to some guy speaking about domestic policies in the country. They care about what Al Jazeera has to say. In a sense, Al Jazeera is very much responsible of that narrative or that brainwashing of a culture that we now see is you know it's shown worldwide right now, right? This is like uh, the tip. I don't know, not a tip, but it's like everything has come together to this moment, right?
Hmm.
So because of years and years of brainwashing from one-sided viewpoint, and in today's era, you and me, we can we can look from different angles, and we can see different narratives, and we can see that yes, even our own media is not as well trusted as they try to say they are. uh, However, I will trust them more than Al Jazeera or Russia Today. But you we have this privilege. We know how it works. We know how to operate. We can get different feeds. We can expose. We can say, hey, look at this guy, he's saying this. Let's see what is actual truth, because uh, we're using the technology we have to our advantage, right? We're using uh, the information age to our advantage, very very much so. Whereas a lot of people don't do that. They just have been fed since childhood a narrative, and they run with it. And now we see the culmination of that narrative, and how it is how it is portrayed on the streets.
You're right. You're right. I agree with your sentiments of the fact that we, at least you and I presume, have been raised in an environment where we have critical thinking, and we've been, taught, at least for our parents, that we should question things, or we should explore things, and we shouldn't just accept things wholesale. And that has, instilled in us an understanding to research or to look into things deeper. And other people don't have that. People haven't been raised in necessarily critical thinking households. They've been raised in echo chambers, and they just believe whatever they've been told, and they've lived in that echo chamber, and they stay in that echo chamber, and they, in fact, quite often like it. It's comfortable, it's familiar. And so, yeah, to sort of protect them from, or break them out of that propaganda echo chamber that they've been in, you have to do things like banning, in order to pull them out. Not everybody's going to go and explore um, other avenues of information by their own by their own will. You have to sometimes drag them out, and I get that. I understand that need, or that sense of, well, we need to either a protect the people who are not are going to be they're going to buy into this propaganda, and they're going to buy into the echo chamber, and they're not explorers, and they're not free thinkers, or um, what's it called, or somehow keep people from getting sucked into those echo chambers, or sucked into these type of cult mentalities or cult thinking. And I can see the reasons, but you see, I guess it's a personal thing. It's not necessarily a thing to do with the society at large. I myself hate it when the government bans something, because maybe I come from Iran, maybe because of that history, because of the way that government is.
Oh no, I
I
agree
have
with
an
that. Yeah, yeah, no, no,
instinctive.
I absolutely agree with that. Like the
You see
government,
what I mean?
yeah, yeah, the government should not do that. Uh, and of course, like Britain right now is not in war, right? So there is no need for them to ban anything like that. I would say
Exactly.
that there are some times, right, in need of war that you can do this. I think Israel is in that case.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is why I said this. Is why I said Israel, Russia. I never said Sweden and Denmark, because of that exact reason. Because those are the nations that are deeply involved in the conflicts that they're in, not us. So we don't have that. We don't have to be in that place. We have a different perspective that we can look at these situations with. And so, for me, from where I stand, absolutely. But of course, if Britain was deeply in a war with a particular nation, you could even say Iraq war, that would have necessitated for Britain to cultivate a particular narrative for the nation to get behind that particular war. This is what they did in Second World War. This is what they've always done with wars, is they have to essentially convince the public, their own public, that this is a righteous thing. And
Right,
that's how
right,
they've always done, to try to make. The Germans did it with the Germans. Sorry, the Nazis did it with the Germans. The British did it with the British, to show that their side is the righteous side, and their cause is the righteous cause. I don't. Again, I fully understand that. I don't buy it. Of course, I don't buy it, because I don't think Iraq was a righteous cause. But I can see why they would want to do that. Uh, but again, on a personal level, no, I don't trust governments. I don't trust their media sort of outlets, or their media arm of their propaganda that they want to push on me. and that has come from a very long years of just gradually recognizing more and more that these media outlets, none of them have our interests at heart. None of them, I don't know if they ever did have our interests at heart, but they certainly don't now. They are running based, by pressured by certain governments, certain government agencies. In fact, if I don't know if you know about Operation Mockingbird in the United States, where the CIA infiltrated the media organizations to push certain angles and narratives, and have certain people in the media promoted to positions of higher anchors and running certain productions and so on and so forth, just so that they can then push a narrative, a particular narrative. And this is well known. Operation Mockingbird is a very well known um, uh, CIA conspiracy, and I'm sure Britain and other nations have implemented similar things for decades.
Yeah, probably. I would say that you disagree. You're gonna disagree with me on this, but I think like state secrets are necessary, and I don't think that all these things are necessarily bad. I understand that somebody who's a full free speech advocate will say that no, all of it should be public, right? Everything. I don't think it's that simple though. I think
I
sometimes
agree.
you cannot just go in, sell state secrets, or say that, yeah, well, whatever people say, it's okay, because it's in the long run we're gonna see who's the liar and who's the truth teller, because look at the world. It's not always that simple.
Yeah, but the thing is, you see, you say like state secrets. Now, was Edward Snowden wrong for doing what he did? I don't think so. I think he was absolutely in the right. That was something that affected the American public. It wasn't a
Actually,
foreign.
no, I actually think he was absolutely wrong.
Really?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you think that he shouldn't have exposed that the NSA was spying on American people?
Absolutely not. And I mean, the fact that he's hiding in Russia tells me
No, no.
everything I need to know.
The fact that he's hiding in Russia is because the NSA and the American government want to crucify him. But the people in America are better off by knowing what he exposed,
Are
because
they
they
really?
know they can hold their government into. Of course, the
I don't
government
think
is
so.
spying on them. They're supposed to be living in a free republic. It's supposed to be a free
Okay, so
democratic
are they spying? But
society.
okay. So it's not like it. It's not like the government is using information from uh, ordinary Joe when he's doing his dishes, and use it against him, right?
No, no, that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
It does matter, because that's
No,
it does, it does. I mean, yeah, I think this topic is very, um I don't know, we're gonna go down to a rabbit hole if
contentious. Yeah, I know, I know.
yeah, we're
But no,
gonna go
but
to
what
a
I'm
rabbit
saying
hole
is,
yeah.
like you were saying that. Okay, so you agree that Edward Snowden or WikiLeaks, should WikiLeaks have never done what they did, expose Abu Ghraib, expose all the things that America was doing in Iraq?
uh WikiLeaks, all I know about WikiLeaks is that, I mean, he he allegedly raped somebody, and he's trying to get away
No,
from
no, that
justice
that whole
because of
thing's
it.
been dropped. That whole rape charge was a hoax. It was just a way to
I don't
try
think
to
it
get him
was a
into
hoax
jail.
though.
Well, the whole thing got dropped. The case never went to court. They dropped it.
Well,
It's
because
they don't
yeah,
want it.
well, because he's a prisoner within his own embassy, right?
Well, he
So
was he was a prisoner in the Ecuadorian embassy, I think it was.
yeah.
But now he's actually in a British prison. The Ecuadorian embassy finally, after God knows what, 6 7 years, they said well, what happened was America, the I'm sure it was Ecuador. The president of Ecuador changed, and America put pressure on him, and then they forced him to take Assange. Oh man, I forgot his first name. Um, to basically Julian Assange, to kick him out of the Ecuadorian embassy. So essentially, that's what happened. America managed to get the Ecuadorians to kick him out of their embassy,
Yeah.
and then the British obviously took him to prison. Now he's
Yeah.
essentially waiting extradition to America, which God knows if that's, I don't know what's going to happen. Well,
Yeah.
essentially they're breaking the man down to probably
Yeah,
finally make
I
a
gotta be
love.
honest. I don't feel sorry for him. I actually don't feel sorry for him at all.
Well, you see,
But
this is, I guess, yeah, this is where you and I totally differ
yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
I see him as an essential person who brought the public and the world some critical information about the wrongdoings of America and Britain and Western countries, because I think these countries should be held just as accountable, if I'm more accountable, because of the fact that they profess to be free nations,
I'll tell
than
you what, Banksy.
dictatorships.
I'll tell you what. All right. When the world can condemn uh, Afghanistan for stoning people to death, when they can condemn Iran for for killing people, when they can condemn Hamas for being terrorists, then I might care about the war against Iraq, by Britain and America, right? Because I really think this is so this is just a shifted narrative that I see it as I see the world as this, right? You have the free world, and you have the you have the Islamic world, or the leftist Islamic world, right? The leftist Islamic world, right, are doing so much shit behind the scenes, and it never gets exposed, never ever. Here we have the free world, whereas as soon as you do one thing, that, just like you said, right, as soon as you curse, then people will shout, "How dare you say this? How dare you? How dare you be this bad? You're supposed to be better." And then I'm like, yeah, so are we supposed to win wars and take down assholes worldwide with milk and cookies? Like, seriously, like what do you think? What do you think? War is? Do you think war is open mind? If you talked about Trump, right? I don't really like Trump, but he said one thing a while back. I remember he said, "Well, the reason we keep losing is because we keep telling them what we're gonna do." Right? I mean, yeah, of course. And that's why you have state secrets, right? You don't tell the enemy, right? Even like an enemy from within or outside, you don't tell the public what to do. The same thing was in Ukraine as well. I don't know if you remember, but in the beginning of Ukraine, like the news networks were all about it, and then they're like, "Hey guys, we cannot operate if you keep going and and reporting on everything we're doing, right? It's like it's just abiding the enemy." So
Yeah,
they
but
need the fog of war.
yeah, but
You
we've
need a
got
fog of war.
yeah, but we've got Ukrainians themselves live streaming their own military activity. There's whole strings of videos on Twitter or other places. Ukrainian soldiers with GoPros essentially, rec- just recording and exposing what they're doing in the field. The drones that they're setting off, the
Yeah,
snipers.
sure,
I've
but
seen loads of videos of Ukrainian
yeah,
soldiers
sure,
with
but that's
GoPro.
that's an aftermath, right? I'm
Maybe,
talking about
yeah,
like when it was
live.
begin. I don't know if it's really live.
No. I mean, no. You're talking about if there's any actual on the ground military activity or what they're about to do, like or exposing essentially their plans of what
Yeah,
they're about, the strategies, rather than just showing things after the event.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree that of course there should be secrets. Of course, the governments of these countries, of Western countries, have tons and tons of secrets and spies. Uh, but as long as it's against other nations, I don't care. This is what they're doing. What Edward Snowden exposed was against the American public,
Yeah, but
the
Banksy, do
people
you
of
know?
their own.
Yes, but do you know how many terror attacks have been halted because
Sure,
because of that?
but I don't care.
I
We live
do,
in a
I
free
absolutely do.
nation. You
Well,
have
well,
to.
well,
You
well,
can't just
you're
spy on
free,
your own people.
but you're free, right? You're free.
No, but that's the thing. You see, this is the mentality of, well, if you've never done it, if you
Banksy,
haven't done
if
anything
okay,
wrong, you have nothing
Banksy,
to worry about.
wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. You think, okay, so here's the thing, right? If this was never exposed, would people actually care if FBI operative was listening into a phone call?
The
If
thing
you don't
is,
know, it doesn't hurt you,
the
and
thing
that
is,
phone,
if
like
it's been
the
exposed and
ordinary
people still don't
Joe,
care.
but well, I don't care, right? And I tell you why. Because the ordinary Joe is not affected by it. Those who are affected by it are those who say, "Hey, let's go and do some terror attacks."
That's what I mean. This is the mentality of, well, if you haven't done anything wrong, then there's nothing to worry about. But
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. No, there is things to worry about if your
Well,
government is
Banksy,
spying on you.
If it okay, so if United States becomes Russia, then yes, you should be worried. But
Yeah, but
United States is not Russia.
I know, but this is the thing. They say, the whole concept of the slippery slope. It's the thin end of the
Yeah, I don't
wedge.
buy that. I don't buy that.
Oh, I absolutely do. I absolutely do because I've seen it. I've seen how governments can and slowly creep and encroach upon everything you do. You're telling me that the
Yeah,
2020 to 2022 wasn't a starch like like a like a cold shower of reminder of how the government can become authoritarian so quickly. I think 2021 was a bucket of ice on my head of how your government can immediately become tyrannical. Did,
uh,
did they ever stop you from going to a park? They stopped me from going into a park. I couldn't go into a park.
yeah. Well, I mean, okay, so I guess you're an anti-vaxxer.
Well, I actually took the vaccine, but I'm anti
Huh.
those who say you shouldn't take if you didn't take the vaccine, you're somehow a bad person. No, no, I took it, but I
Hmm.
took it by my own free will, and I want everyone else to have that same option. I don't want anyone to be demonized because they didn't want to take it. That's where I stand on that.
I think me and you disagree on a lot of issues here. I'm not I am not the guy. Yeah, I'm not the guy who you think I am. If that's the case,
Well, no,
but
no. I mean, I think we have agreements and disagreements in
let me
an
go
area.
back to what's going on right now. So, what's the worst thing you have heard on the in these rallies?
Uh, I don't know. Free from the river to the sea. Kill the
Yeah,
Yahud.
is this allowed in free speech in Britain?
No, direct incitement to violence or
Because I know
death
Germany,
threats are not.
The German state prosecutor said that anybody who says from river to the sea, Palestine will be free, will be prosecuted, right? Like that. That's like
Mm,
because of their history with Nazism. So
yeah,
they have very much they are not full on free speech as other countries.
yeah.
They like you cannot be a Holocaust denier, right? So and this is the
Well, you see,
same
that's the
thing,
difference in Europe and Britain. You can
yeah.
actually be a Holocaust denier in Britain.
Yeah.
There is no laws
Uh,
against that. Of course, it's frowned upon, but it's not
yeah, I
directly
mean,
against
but
the law.
there's difference in history here. But all
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
are you free to say from river to sea, Palestine will be free in Britain?
As far as I know, yes, they're letting that one go because they're not taking it as a direct threat of death to anyone or anything like that. But if you're waving any of the Hamas, well, I mean, the other week there was a guy who waved the flag of Al Qaeda, not Hamas, but and the police are kind of looking for them now because of public pressure. But if you're directly supporting Hamas, Hezbollah, Al Qaeda, any of these groups, ISIS, then yes, you'll be arrested. If you say
Kill the Yahud?
kill the Yahud or anything like that in Arabic even. I forgot how they say that. They've got like an expression on the for the Yahud. But if you say anything direct like that, yes, they're gonna come down on you. At the moment, they're letting the from the river to the sea one go. That one isn't being. They're not doing anything about that because I guess maybe it's because the numbers that are chanting it. I think that matters as well. And I've noticed if you are if 10 people came out and said from the river to the sea, they may arrest them. But if 10,000 people come out, they'll let it go. Oh, did I
Uh,
lose you? Oh,
no, no, I'm
yeah.
here. I'm just
Oh, yeah,
thinking
yeah.
about
I think
yeah.
that's how the police do it. It's what basically essentially creates the least amount of disruption for them. They call it disturbing the peace. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so
the same excuse.
yeah,
That's what they
exactly.
did
So
with this guy, right? When he told the truth about Muhammad.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly. He's
disturbing the
one
peace.
guy. They can arrest him, but they can't,
Yeah.
it's much easier to arrest one guy than arrest
Uh,
what's it, like 20 blokes in front of him when they were yelling at him. So that's what they do. They arrest the one that is going to be the least amount of problem to arrest and to take out of that essentially situation, which will create a disturbance of the peace. So yeah, this is why I think. I mean, you got to realize London also has a Muslim mayor, and that mayor has, I'm sure, given instructions to
Sadiq Khan.
let certain things go when it comes to these pro-Palestinian protests. So they've allowed a lot. I would, I
Aren't
mean,
you okay? So
we,
let me. You talked about the government becoming authoritarian uh, in 2021. I would say that, I mean, in a state crisis, again, you have laws that allows for this, but when you see Muslims taking over in the system, Sadiq Khan, and then you have now in Scotland as well, right? Like,
yeah,
isn't
Hamza Yusuf.
yeah, doesn't that worry you?
Tremendously. I've been screaming about this for 20 years.
Yeah.
Yes, because I saw this coming. Not just Sadiq Khan in the last 5 or 10 years or whatever, or
And,
Hamza
and,
Yusuf.
and also,
I saw this
Banksy, I
coming
gotta
in
say one thing.
2020.
Like, you can talk about government becoming authoritarian, right? But you can see that when what I would say is the difference between a dictator state, and I'm not saying that the world is immune to this. It can happen, but we can clearly see that in the states we're living in, when the danger is done, right, then you go back to normal. You loosen up, right? Like, it's only for a matter of time. Whereas if you give power to the wrong hands, and that's the biggest issue here, right? If you give power to the
Yeah,
wrong hands, they will seize that power and just completely demolish and turn society upside down, and you will not recognize it anymore.
100%. There is actually a quote that I quote all the time now. It's so regular that I have to keep mentioning this quote. It's the guy who wrote, I got to get his name right, who wrote the book Dune. I don't know if you know the desert planet Dune and all that. This is a whole saga. Um, he said, "When I am weak, I ask for freedom because that is according to your principle." Oh, sorry. When I am weaker than you, I ask for freedom because that is according to your principle. When I am stronger than you, I will take away your freedoms because that is according to my principles. That is
Was he
what I've been
quoting
quoting.
Muhammad?
Pretty much.
Because that's the state of jihad, right?
That's right. That's exactly. And I've been saying this about the Muslim world for decades. As I said, I was talking about Muslim mayors, Muslim politicians, Muslim judiciary, judges, lawyers since the 90s. I'm not joking. Literally since the beginning of like 2000, 1999, 2000, I was online discussing this stuff because we were all worried because the Muslim mayor of London is a recent thing. There've been Muslim mayors of other cities for decades now. Leicester, Birmingham, a lot of the Midlands and north of England. So this isn't a new phenomenon. This has been happening for a long time, but it's a slow creep. And now they're getting into prominent positions where they're in the spotlight rather than. But the fact is, yes, right now people are like, oh, but Sadiq Khan, he's for LGBT rights. He's a liberal Muslim. He's not that guy. I said, yeah, this is the first Muslim mayor of London. Wait till the fifth one. He's the one who's going to bring Sharia,
I
not the
mean,
first one. The first mayor isn't going to bring
I don't
Sharia.
give a
The
fuck
fifth
if
one will.
he's okay. One thing, I don't give a fuck if he's pro LGBTQ. The fact that he said that terror attacks is something that you have to get used to in a big city, just as rain, or what was it, getting
Exactly.
struck by lightning? What stupid
Yes,
analogy
it's
did
life
you
in the
use?
big city. It's life
Yeah,
in a big city.
yeah,
Terror
yeah. I
attacks.
mean,
It's part
that
and
that tells
parcel.
me
That's the thing.
everything.
It's a
Yeah.
part and parcel. Is a terror attacks a part and parcel of life in a big city? Like, really, really, is that what we should expect? Frank Herbert. Check out Frank Herbert. He's the author of Dune. I got to try and remember his name. But yeah, that quote is brilliant, absolutely brilliant, because it's the truth. It's exactly what happens with these radical sort of organizations or radical ideologies. That's what's going to happen. That is happening in England, and now the funny thing is, there used to be lots of. I don't know if you guys remember. I mean, there's been plenty of attacks on Gaza and the West Bank in the previous 10 previous decades. This whole thing's been going on for 70 years. There were other protests. The last one was again Israel attacking Gaza because of Hamas. and the protest levels were relatively big, but nothing really that dramatic. This time, it just seems to be incrementally bigger every time. So every few years, it seems to just
No,
go up
I will
another
tell
two,
you
three
why.
levels.
I will tell you why. It's very much because I don't know if you heard about I forgot what his name was, but uh, the Hamas leader said he called for global jihad, and
Oh
Hamas
yeah.
asked for help worldwide, and they know that Israel is about to invade Gaza, and that's why it
Mm,
is this massive right now, right? This is what I'm talking about. This is not just like a term, propaganda war. No, it is an actual propaganda war, right? This is a
yeah.
disinformation by Hamas and their allies. They know what they're doing. This is actually what's going on. They need to halt and confuse and make sure that people worldwide will condemn Israel and making sure that Israel will not succeed through the public eye. That's really
Exactly.
what's going on. That's why it's so massive. You
Also,
know?
the other thing that I've been hearing, of course, the propaganda is beyond unbelievable. I mean, you know how many times I've heard people say Israel funds Hamas. They funded Hamas to try to insinuate that Hamas did this because Israel allowed it and Israel wanted to have this done. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so what's the upside for Israel in regards to this? Because of this event, Israel's Abraham Accords have gone down the toilet now with Saudi Arabia. They were on the verge of creating a very normalized and harmonious relationship with Saudi Arabia, with Emirate nations, Qatar, Bahrain. That's all practically destroyed now. They're going to have to rebuild all of that behind the scenes, in
Yeah,
years to come.
yeah.
So what's the upside? They had 1,400 of their civilians killed, 200 of them uh, taken as hostages. They're
I will
still
tell you.
hostages.
I will tell you. So here's the thing, right? Uh, I don't know if you watch Christian Prince.
Yeah, yeah, I know Christian Prince since
He
2001.
made a video about this the other day, and he goes through it in detail. Netanyahu is not a guy that can be trusted. A lot of people are pissed at him. Some people still support him, but
Mm,
like just like Trump, behind the scenes, a lot of things, is done behind, like without people noticing. This is where I would agree with you that yeah, you need more media and more exposure, right? Where state secrets
You see? You see?
are actually, but yeah, that's difference, right? This is because this is abiding to a more disastrous outcome, right? This is not
Mm,
making people safe. This is thinking that you make people safe and then you have a disastrous outcome. I think I guess maybe I'm picking and choosing here, right? You can say that I'm picking and choosing here.
mm.
However,
You-
to
You're
the point,
buffeting news.
yeah, yeah, whatever. But to the point, right? Is that I don't think Israel wanted this to happen. No, no, I'm 100% sure Israel didn't want this to happen. They were they knew that something like this could happen, right? But I don't think they were prepared for the scale of it. Now, I know that there's like I don't know exactly how Christian Prince laid it out, but uh, BB was giving aid to Qatar and Qatar giving aid or vice versa. I don't know, uh, but essentially, he thought that he can buy them out by abiding them with money and and selling them down, selling the masses down, right?
Oh, I
So that's
see.
where you find this like
The
uh,
funding to Hamas.
yeah, not yeah, it's indirect funding, right? Indirect
Yeah,
funding.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
He was
yeah,
fun. He was giving the money to Qatar, trying
yeah,
to buy them out and settle them with money, like calm them
yeah,
down, and then hopefully
yeah,
they would then have that similar influence upon Hamas because Qatar and Iran are very much in bed with Hamas. So he was hoping that if he gets normalized relationships with Qatar, buy them off, pay them off effectively, and then they would pay off Hamas and keep the essentially Hamas is like the bulldog on the leash that they
mm,
can then tighten the leash on through Qatar.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like when people say that. And sometimes, of course, people say that just because they want to say that uh, somehow this was an inside job, right? Which is bullshit. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I see. So that is how they've come to the conclusion that this was kind of an inside or an
Yeah, yeah,
Israeli funded
yeah,
sort of
yeah.
endeavor. I suppose, yeah, in that scenario, it would work that it was done with the best of intentions. You know, they say the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
So this probably was done with that kind of intention of if we appease Qatar, Qatar will then keep Hamas on a tight leash and keep them from attacking us and you know the bulldog from biting us. But unfortunately, they didn't realize Qatar doesn't give a shit.
And I mean, this when you talk about America, right? I mean, when it comes to 9/11 and all that, there were similar things like that with the Saudi government, and Al Qaeda and Osama bin Laden as well, where you try to appease, and it didn't work out. Which I would say, it should be highlighted. It should not stay a secret. And I think some of it today is exposed, but not enough. I would say that this is not, again, I know you're gonna say I'm buffing, but no, I don't think I am. I don't think it's the same thing as actually
At
going
Snowden
out.
or
Yeah, yeah,
Assange.
because it's okay. So let me put it this way, right? Let's say I am a contractor, and I sell solutions uh, for safety, and you're an employee of mine, and you take and sell my secrets of how I operate to somebody else, right? Now I would not allow that, right? And if you say, well, your secret is that when you install this the safety in people's homes, they uh, they will record what people are saying, right? All right, but do I actually do anything with that recording? No, right? It's because if there is, it's like CCTV. If there is an emergency, then it will pick it up. CCTV is funded by this principle actually, and if you're gonna talk about people listening into you and what you say, hey, guess what? Every fucking smartphone is right now listening to what you're saying, right? Try to repeat one word over and over to your smartphone, and then you will get an ad for what you repeated,
Oh
and
yeah, yeah, all the time.
nobody gives a fuck about that, right? So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
I know, but you see, the
it's very much
principle.
yeah.
I
Go,
agree with you. I agree with you that if you're looking at it in that sort of using that business example, but what you got to realize is that in that business example, the boss who has the secret that is secretly recording, it's not the boss that's secretly recording. It's the employee that's secretly recording the boss. If you're talking about a country like United States, for example, it's the employee who set up the secret recording within that security system, which is secretly recording the boss's activities. Now, if the boss found out about that, you think the boss will be pleased? Because if you believe in,
are you saying that the people are the boss?
that's right, that is
Mm,
exactly how it is. That's how it's supposed to be in the United States. That's how it's supposed to be
Nah,
in
that's not
Britain.
how it works. That's not how
No,
it
that's
works.
what it is. That literally is the
No,
Constitution of the
no,
United States and the
no.
Bill of Rights. They literally, the
But
people
that's not how it
are the
works.
ones who supposed to
No,
run the country,
no, no, no,
not
no.
the politicians. The politicians are the employees of the people to represent them in capital,
Are you saying
not
that?
the
Okay,
other way
wait.
around.
Are you saying we're living in an anarchy?
Sorry?
Are you saying we're
No,
living in
no,
anarchy?
no, it's not anarchy. It
It
is
is.
the
It is
fact,
because
no,
here's the
it's
thing.
called it's called the Democratic
Yes.
Republic.
Okay, so
It
the
is a
Democrats.
representative republic. The
Okay.
representatives are the
hmm
politicians that
Yeah.
represent the people. It is the people that are
Isn't
in
it? Isn't
charge.
it? Isn't the representative's job to keep the people safe?
No, it's the
No.
people to keep themselves. It's the representative's job
Oh,
to
so
come
there is
back
no
to the
cops.
people and say,
Wait. So
"We
there's
want
no
to keep
cops.
you
There's no
safe like
military.
this."
Wait.
Sorry?
There's no cops. There's no military.
No, no. The cops and the military work on behalf of the people, the
Yeah, and
politicians. No, the
yeah,
cops and the
yeah,
military, what they should do based on the will of the people.
yeah, and isn't it their job to keep people safe? Is it
But
the
to
will
keep
of the
people,
people to be
yes,
safe?
no, it's
No
their job to keep the people safe with the consent of the people, not against the
consent.
consent of the people. It's with consent. It's
Okay, but
literally it's on the
here's the thing.
police's. It's on a police's charter is
No,
to
no, no,
serve
no,
with
no. Hold on,
consent. Is
hold
to
on, hold on,
police
hold on one
with
second.
consent.
Okay, I give consent to a spy agency whose whose job it is to detain terrorists and make sure that terror attacks doesn't happen. I give consent to spy on me if I make a phone call or something like that, right? If it means that
Yes,
they can stop a terrorist, because guess
but
what?
you
I
can.
know that my phone call is not going to change shit. Just as CCTV works, just as we have phones right now that still spy on us, but guess what? They're not spying on us for our safety. They spy on us because they want our money, which I think
Coffee.
is worse than a spy agency who is dedicated to stopping terrorists. That's
The
the
thing
difference.
is, no, the thing is, Coffer, you give consent because you now know that they're spying on you. The point is, you have to
I don't
know
know if they're
that
spying on
in
me.
order.
I know.
No, no, but
No,
what I
wait,
mean
wait,
is, you
wait,
have
wait,
to be
wait, wait. I don't
aware
know
to
if
give
they spy. Wait,
consent.
wait, wait. I don't know if they're spying on me. I don't give a fuck if they're spying on
No,
me. If they
no,
do,
no,
I
no.
give consent. However, I do not give consent that a phone spying on me and give me fucking marketing.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Uh,
true. And you should also be aware of that, and also choose
no, no, but
different
you don't.
phones.
You don't get it. No, no, you don't get it. I think it's a bigger issue that a private company are using a phone to spy on me to bombard me with products I don't want. Just
Okay,
because, but just because I might have said something that sparks their interest.
yeah, yeah, but what I'm saying is that this is where the free market comes in. You have a right to choose which phone you wish to buy and not buy.
No,
You
no,
don't
no, no,
have
no, no.
to buy a
There's no free market.
smartphone.
Wait, wait, wait. There's no free market in this.
Of course there is.
No, there
You
is
can
not.
have a you can go and buy a Nokia 3200, which has no smart facilities and doesn't listen to anything you say. There are phones that have been made by manufacturers. They're called, I forgot, they're like secure phones or something, which
Hmm.
have no capabilities to do that. Or you can literally turn it off. There's a company who's actually manufacturing a phone with the software which isn't bound to Google or Apple. And there was a whole guy was like promoting it. There was a whole thing, and it actually has an off switch, which means that it disconnects the battery from the circuit. It literally switches it off, because right now, even if you switch off your phone, it's not really off,
Hmm.
especially with those phones which the
Yeah.
battery's built in and you can't take it out. So what I'm trying to tell you is that in the free market you have choices. You don't have a choice when you don't know if the NSA is listening in on you. You don't get a
I don't
choice about the
understand why you
NSA.
have such a big problem with that. I mean, I have a bigger issue that for me to be free from the free market, as you say, and enjoy the newest technology, I have to take measures in going
Precisely.
back and going back to technology. Whereas again, in this principle of keeping your citizens safe, right? If it means that, yeah, it one day some might op your phone and then and then dropping it because, hey, you're not a terrorist. I don't see
Now,
big problem with that.
now
It's the
can,
same principle as CCTV here, right? And
I
and,
don't
and
like
th-
CCTV.
this hold on one second. And this whole analogy of, yeah, the people are displeased with what they. I don't think people are displeased. As you say, a lot of people don't care. A lot of people give the consent because they think they're doing the right thing. They think that the electives are doing the right thing when it comes to keeping their country safe, and that's the difference. So you can say no, I don't like it. Then you go and make sure that it doesn't happen. You can vote for people that say, hey, this was bad. We will never allow it again. Then you can
Yeah,
have somebody say, you know what? No, I think it was the right track, and it's not against our citizens. It's against people
but coffee.
who's tried to be an insurgent. That's the issue. That's the difference here, right?
Yeah, but
So
coffee,
so
coffee.
so, so
That's
no,
a
no, no, no. Well, hold on. Let me finish here. So when you say that Snowden somehow is a people's hero, I don't buy it. He's very much a guy who's against his own state and wants to create turmoil. And the fact that he is in Russia, hiding in Russia, right, is speaking volumes to me. Right? It's not about him, getting away from prosecution. No, he's going to the one who's actually uh, are the most who is the most pleased with America getting exposed, and uh, and is on a brink of a civil war because the fact that the people cannot trust the government anymore, right? That's what's going on. It's fueling an insurgent to fund a civil unrest.
Okay, let me put a lot on the table on that one. Okay, number one, you actually along your speech you said that if I don't like it, I can vote some politicians that will not have the NSA spy on me. How would I be able to vote someone that isn't going to get the NSA to spy on me when I don't know the NSA is spying on me? You see, that's how it
Well,
all works.
Banksy,
I
you're
need to
not in
know
America,
first.
right? But you're not in America, so
No, no, but what I mean is, this is the point with the Snowden. Snowden told us that this is what is happening, so now I can make an informed decision about the politicians I can elect. Not if I don't know
but
that they're
again,
doing it,
but again,
how would I
again,
vote?
but again, why would you need to know it in the first place? Again,
Well,
if
this
it's
is the thing because the people are the ones. You see, the fundamental way that the
but
American
you said it yourself.
yes,
Most people don't care, right? It's
no,
only
it
a
doesn't.
dedicated few that actually care. You're one of them. I don't.
Yeah, yeah, but what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter whether people care or not. That's not the point
It
here. The point is
does.
the
It
principles.
does. It
No, no,
does.
no.
It
It's the
does. It does
principles. I'm
matter.
talking about. There's a country
The
that was
principle is to keep people
built.
safe.
No, no, that's not the
Yes,
principle.
that
That's
is the
the
principle.
irony. No, that's not the
Yes, it
principle of
is.
America. The principle of America is that the people run the country. The
No,
people
but
run
again,
that
you no, no,
nation.
you again, you're taking it. No, no, you're getting it wrong again with this people thing, right? People elect their president. They have America. Okay, you can tell me that America is not a full democratic system. Fine, sure. However, however, the people in power have a job, and that is to make sure that America and their citizens are safe.
By the
And
consent.
no, no, it's not about consent. It's not about consent. The most people actually, as you say, I don't know most, I don't know, but a lot of people really don't care about this exposure, right? And it's not about the consent or not consent. The fact that people are uh, are participating in the system and how it's upheld in America shows a consent of it. Anyway,
Okay, sorry, my microphone I think is running out of battery. I'm just gonna be quick with the Snowden thing that you said. Why is he hiding in Russia? Snowden's aim wasn't to go to Russia. Snowden.
yeah, you died. I think your microphone died. Well, and
Sorry,
regardless,
sorry.
okay, yeah,
Just
go ahead.
bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Um, yeah, unfortunately, my microphone is but this is a wireless one. But let me just quickly say, Snowden's aim wasn't to go to Russia. Snowden wanted to actually go to South America. He wanted to go to the same places Julian Assange, Ecuador, or I forgot another place in South America because they don't have extradition laws. He ended up going from Hong Kong to Russia to get a connecting flight to um, South America. He got stuck in Russia because the American government canceled his passport by the time he got to Russia, and then he couldn't travel anymore. And so he got stuck in Russia. His aim wasn't to be in Russia. He didn't intend to go to Russia. So this concept of, well, why is he in Russia because Putin wanted him to do what he did is not the case at all. There's a whole documentary made about Edward Snowden and how Julian Assange, funnily enough, the WikiLeaks organization helped him to actually even get to Russia in the first place and gave him tons of assistance. But his aim was to go to South America. He had no intention of being in
Well,
Russia. He just got stuck there.
regardless, I think Putin is taking advantage of this situation.
Of course,
Yeah,
he would take full
yeah,
advantage of it, but it
yeah.
wasn't Snowden's plan. This was a set of circumstances
I mean,
which the Americans forced
if
him to.
WikiLeaks is helping and putting him in Russia, I mean, come on.
No, no,
Yeah.
no. WikiLeaks again. They sent someone in Hong Kong. They sent this woman to assist Snowden, and then they both flew over to Russia
Mm.
to get the connecting flight, and then that's when Snowden's password was cancelled by. I mean, in fact, they forgot there's a whole thing about the FBI. They forgot to cancel his passport. That's why he managed to get on a plane in Hong Kong without any issues. And then when he got to Russia for the connecting flight, he got stuck. And in fact, there's a whole thing about the fact that what was it? What was the country? It was the same country that Assange wanted to go to. Peru, Bolivia. It was one of those South American countries where the president of that country flew to Russia, and then and they kind of did a hoax to pretend that Snowden was going to get on that plane of the president's plane to fly back to the South American nation, and then America forced them to forced France because the plane was going to fly over French airways, French airspace, forced the presidents of a country's plane to land in France so that they can check it to make sure Snowden wasn't on there. That's the extent that they managed to go to. America has so much power they can force another country's presidential plane to land in a country that they've got interest in order to do what they want to do. That's what these guys can get away with. Imagine,
Get away
imagine,
with. I don't
imagine,
know.
imagine
I
Joe
don't know if I
Biden's
want to use
plane.
that term.
No, no, of course they can get away with it because if imagine if it was the other way around. Imagine Air Force One was forced to land in Iran because the
You think
Iranian government
America
wanted to
is a
check
bad?
something.
You think America is a bad guy? You think Britain is a bad guy? Like,
America and Britain are not the good guys, I'll tell you that.
so
They're
who's a
not
good
the
guy?
good guys. There are no good guys and bad guys. There are interests and interested parties.
But you live in Britain, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You
But
enjoy
there are no.
freedoms of Britain.
Of course, I love Britain. I think
Yeah.
for what it has done for me and my family is a wonderful country, but it hasn't done well for my country. If Britain wasn't involved in my country, I'd still be living in my country in a free, potentially a monarchist Shah system, which would have been 1,000 times better for the Iranian people than the mullah system that they have right now.
You don't think
But
Iranian people have a part to play in
actually,
that?
no, 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 no. I wouldn't have
No.
lived in a Shah system if it wasn't for Britain. I would have lived under a democratic system, which would have been established by Mohammad Mossadegh in the 1950s.
You don't. Okay, so you think that all these leftists that's starting to rally against the Shah, they were all agents by America?
No, no, no. Those were actually the mullahs. It was the agents who rallied against Mohammad
Yeah,
Mossadegh,
I know the
who then
mullahs. I know about the
no,
mullahs.
no, 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 no,
I'm talking about the
not the
leftists.
mullahs, not the mullahs. Mohammed Mossadegh. I don't know if you know who Mohammed Mossadegh is. He was the first democratically elected president of Iran, which then
Yeah,
the CIA sent an agent because he nationalized the Iranian oil and took it away from ExxonMobil and BP.
yeah,
And at the
yeah.
request of ExxonMobil and BP, the CIA and MI6 sent in Kermit Roosevelt, a CIA agent, with a
Yeah,
million
but
dollars.
you got to realize that Iran was the democratically elected president was very much friends with Russia, right?
Well,
So
he had socialist leaning, but either way,
yeah.
I mean, that was a fledgling democracy,
No,
which
I mean,
Britain and
listen.
America
I
crushed.
think America fucked up. I think America fucked up when it comes to that, right?
But
But
that's the thing.
I think you shifting too much to blame on uh, the other countries here because Iran and their people has a lot to play when it comes to the
Of course,
making of their own country.
they
So
have
you
their own
cannot really
strings.
say that if it wasn't for America, then it would be a paradise. Iran would be a paradise.
Oh
I
no,
don't
no, it
think
wouldn't
that's
be a
true.
paradox. No, 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 no. I agree with you
Well,
that it was
even
100%
democratic.
America and Britain's fault that we don't have a democracy. It was
Nah,
100% their
I
fault.
don't buy that. I don't buy that. I don't think
Well,
so.
I mean, the fact is that the one time we had a democratic elections and a democratic president, they crushed that. They enacted a coup against it. So we only have one example of Iran having a chance at democracy, and Britain and America crushed that. So I can't go on other
Well,
evidence. I
again,
can't
you're
go on
talking
maybes.
about democracy and about the people. not all people were for that democracy. Not all people were for that
Not all people are
independence.
for the British democracy. There are plenty of communists and
Yeah.
anti-monarchists in Britain. Of course, not all people of any country are against for anything. But what I'm saying is that there was just
Well,
one
it's not that
chance Iran
simple. It's
had.
not okay. Okay, it's not that simple, right? When I say not all people, I mean you had turmoil around the country, right? I mean
Sure, sure.
it was in disarray, right?
No,
So
no, no. The country wasn't in disarray.
it's not really like okay. So
It wasn't anarchist. It wasn't. There wasn't like wars popping up. It wasn't like
it was
Russia,
it was very much
Syria's Assad.
anarchist. It
No, no,
was.
no. It was
You
relatively a
had you had
stable nation.
it wasn't.
Uh,
It wasn't. It was in disarray.
I think we can probably disagree on that one. But what I'm trying to say is that as far as America, British, sort of good guys, bad guys, this is a very simplistic uh, pr- perspective on the world.
Hmm.
There are no good guys and bad guys anywhere. There are interests.
But
There are
so let me
people
ask
who
you one
can
thing here.
act
Why are
in
you
their own
so
interests,
determined? Okay, let
and
me
so
ask you
on and
one
so
thing
forth.
here. Why are you so determined to always point fingers as soon? Because you said it yourself. I mean, you don't like when people start listening to you. If you say fuck, then you get canceled. Why are you so quick to judge Britain and America? For fighting the wrong way. Right. Well,
Well, I judge them based on their principles, the principles that they set out. Like as I said, with the American Constitution, the Bill of Rights. These things are the standards that they set out for themselves, and then they go ahead and violate those standards. You see, what I'm actually interested in is the rules of the game. I want to know how the game is played and what are the rules. Then halfway through the game, you change the rules on me and then complain to say, well, it's for your safety. Yeah, but I agreed to the original rules of this game. Now you're changing the rules on me. It's because of my own safety. I don't agree with that. If you told me that you're going to change the rules of the game halfway in the middle of the game,
it's
I wouldn't have played the
but
game.
that but hold on. That is very much outlined in legal frameworks, right? It's very much about state security, and when it comes to public safety, or unusual occurrence or something like that. It's all determined in legal terms. It is.
Yeah, as I
It's
said,
in
they
there.
could they play the sort of convoluted legal game, and it's the same. It's like your terms and conditions for your on your
Banks,
iPhone.
okay, you should know that if you do a crime in Britain, right, you get arrested, and you say, if I don't know this was a law, it doesn't matter because it's
I
up to
agree.
you, right?
No, no, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree that ignorance isn't an excuse for committing a crime or doing something wrong. But what I'm trying to say is that when I find out these are the rules of the game, and I'm trying to go by them, but you change the rules halfway, and then make the thing that was legal illegal. Now I have to question whether you're going to really play this game fairly or not, or are you just simply going to shift and change and move the goalposts every time I try to score? That's
When
the
was it
problem.
shift? When was it shift? What
When was it
goalpost?
shifted? When they started when they said the American government said we will never spy on you. When the British government said we will never spy on our own citizens, and then they go ahead and do it anyway. When they said that you can have freedom on the internet, and then they go and bring in all these laws because they want to keep the internet safe. Anything that's done. I mean, literally, one of the American presidents, it was Benjamin Franklin, who said, "Those who exchange their freedoms for a little bit of security shall get none, and shall lose both and deserve none."
Yeah, I think
If you
that's a load of bull.
change,
Yeah, I think that's a load of
you,
bullshit.
well, there was. I would
Because
say Benjamin
Benjamin
Franklin.
Franklin was not living in our times, right? Benjamin Franklin
Oh,
was not
that's
living
the
in our
difference.
times.
No, I think he knew
Of course, there's a
exactly how
difference.
this was going. I think he knew
No,
these men were way ahead of their time, and they knew
no, no,
exactly
no, no, no.
why
They
these,
no,
and they set the
they
rules
didn't
the way they
know.
did.
No, no, no. They didn't know. I mean, you can say that all you want, right? You can say that all you want. Uh, that liberty, uh, in front of security. Bullshit, bullshit. If that's the truth, there would be no countries, right?
No, the fact is that this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. These founders of America, especially America. I mean, I say because I don't consider Britain as a really a free nation. We're not even citizens. We're subjects of the king, now the king, before the queen. So we're not really, this nation has never really been truly a free nation. They've got lords, they've got inheritance, the sort of peerages. There's all sorts of legacy bureaucracy and legacy sort of the sort of classism in Britain. So I don't consider Britain really truly a free democratic nation. Never really was. But in America, because America is kind of like a reset. America is a very new country compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah, they didn't want to
And
be like the British, of course. That's why they had a
yes,
war against the British. Yeah.
exactly. And so they established it, a country truly by the people, for the people. Those words mattered to them. And so they tried to set out
Yeah,
a set
but
of
hold on one
rules.
second here, Banksy. Hold on one second. All right, I mean, again, you do realize that when it was, I mean, but that was when America was founded, right? You have heard this probably many times before that Jefferson himself owned slaves.
George Washington.
Yeah, sorry, George Washington. Yeah, the people themselves who were able to vote were all rich nobles, essentially, right? You
Yeah,
like the
landowners. Only landowners could vote.
yeah. They were the only ones who were able to vote. Women were not
Absolutely.
able to vote. Black people were not. I mean, they were still in chain.
No, no, I agree with you.
Yeah,
And when they said by
yeah.
the
But
people, for the
so
people,
that's
they
what I'm
meant white
saying.
rich men.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. That yes, times change, and Benjamin Franklin's word are bullshit because he was from a different part of time, right? His
I
words are not valid today.
No, I totally disagree with that. I think his words are more valid today than ever before because
Yeah.
of all
Well,
the different avenues of communication that we have, and the fact that we can actually truly know what our government's doing if we dig deep enough. Um, but what again, I don't want to really I don't want to sort of get bogged down on the security versus freedom thing. What I really am interested in is when you set out the rules of the game and you tell me these are the rules, and I say, okay, I'll play according to these rules. Then you go and change the rules of the game halfway. That's what grinds my gear far more than anything else. Because in Iran, at the very least, as much as I might hate the mullahs and hate their system, at least I know what the rules of the game is. It's kind of cut clean. I know where I stand with the Taliban. I know where I stand with ISIS. I don't know where I stand with the British and the Americans anymore because they keep shifting the goalposts so much. So
I think you
that's the problem.
worry too much. I don't think. Listen, I think you have this thing in your head where you think that Britain and America will start waging war against their own citizens, right? Which I don't think is their end game. I don't think they want to become an authoritarian state, full dictatorship or anything like that, right? What I think is going on right now, we live in a very turmoil time, and I think a lot of times even the leaders themselves have to adapt to the situation, and they don't know how to react to things, right? They go with whatever they have in front of them. So it's a very hard and different landscape to navigate through, and you have voices from all different corners shouting at once, and you have to navigate through it. I think it's a very hard thing right now for everybody, right? So even if even if a politician says one thing, you will disagree with the politician, and the next one will say, yes, this is what we want, and you will like, are you crazy? The next day, the politician will say something in your favor, and the guy, who you're just praising them, will say, what's wrong with this guy, right? I mean, it's very much, and this is why I'm saying, when I think people like Assange and Snowden are actually just insurgents and not helping. They thrive on this anarchy mindset. I think people are very determined to break what we know and destroy it, and rebuilding it into something completely different. Right. That's what I think is going on. The people that actually are be looking at as, well, these are heroes because they still the truth. No, I think it's the opposite, right? I think the people who try to navigate and save what save democracy as is have a tough job, and people are always putting obstacles in front of them just to make it harder. That's what I see is happening.
I mean, the thing is, I can see your perspective in regards to those in charge essentially are trying to balance constantly freedom versus security. That is the struggle. That is the tug of war that is constantly playing out in the if you like upper echelons of the political realm of any nation. The nation is trying to keep the people safe at the same time that it's trying to give them freedom, at least in the Western nations. I mean, again, in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Dubai, in Singapore, even, I know where I stand there because they've taken security way over freedoms. Your freedoms are only in line as long as the security measures are met. The security or the safety and the properness. I mean, Christ, you can't even chew chewing gum on the subway of Singapore because they want to keep things clean. So that's the kind of level of dictatorial control that the micromanagement of the people that they have. And in Dubai, it's just as bad. There's 24/7 surveillance. Um, sure, you can go and live in Dubai. You can go and live in
I mean,
Singapore. People
no,
praise those
I'm
countries all the time.
no. I think yes. I mean, you can go overboard, but I don't see again. I don't see the Western democratic countries going overboard. Right? I don't see. Okay. So we talk about Dubai, right? Dubai is of course based on Sharia, right? And Saudi
Not
and all these
really, not
GCC
Dubai.
countries.
I wouldn't
They
say
are
Dubai is
in a
Sharia.
way. They are in a way. In a way they are.
Is yeah, but the Dubai isn't a dry country. You can have alcohol in Dubai. Prostitution is rampant in Dubai.
Yeah. Okay. So
It's
one thing
hard
I
to
have
say.
to. Okay. So one thing I have to say. A lot of time when we talk about Sharia, people have this idea that Sharia is stagnant. It's not. It's not. You can actually tie, or you can actually unfold Sharia to a degree, right?
Mm,
You don't have to imply it fully, but there is still some basis of it, right? So uh, who is EEW? I
oh, we got
turned
someone
to
in
see
there.
60 Muslim girls. Sorry, EEV. It was clickbait. Sorry to fool you. All right. No. So I would say that yeah, I'm the GCC countries. Even if they say, "Oh, we have no crime," right? No, I don't want that system, right? Because that really much is against people's freedom in an essence. Same thing, with Singapore, as you said. No, you don't take away people's freedom, right? But just because you want to control everybody. That's again, that's not what I see America is trying to do. That's the whole thing I'm trying to get at. I don't see America or Britain trying to I mean, just look at what's going on right now, right? They are allowing a fucking global intifada. Right? I mean, that should tell you that yeah, they really don't they don't want people to be too afraid to speak their voices. Now, of course, I think that yes, the so-called global intifada should be stopped, right? And this is an insurgent. However, to the principle as we're talking about right now, I don't think that they want to uh, uh, they want to squelch. You will say it's not ultimate free speech, but squelch people's freedom to express themselves to a degree.
Look, what I pointed out with Dubai and Singapore are the extremes of that balance of freedom and security. People praise those countries. You have no idea the amount of people that I have come to me and say, "Oh, Dubai is so free. I leave my keys from my front door in my house, and this literally the guy at Speaker's Corner said to me,
Yeah, but
I
you
left
can
my
beat your
key
wife
in
to
my
death,
front
right?
door." Yeah,
Yeah,
he
you
said,
can
"I
beat
left
your
my
wife to
key in my
death.
front door, flew over to England, and if I go back, I guarantee that key will still be there. No one would have touched it." And there was another video I saw about Singapore. A guy left. It was like a test or experiment or whatever. He said, "Look, I can leave my laptop in a cafe. Just leave it like that. Left, went for an hour to the park, came back, laptop was still there. That is true. Those are the levels of security you have. That's, that makes
Yeah,
they
but
praise
again, you
these
can
countries
beat your
for those
wife to
things.
death. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
And at the same time, you can also take a stick and beat your wife because Quran said you can. So what I'm saying is that those are the extremes, and people like Snowden, people like Assange, keep Britain and Western countries and America in check by making sure they don't step out of line. See, that's why I praise these individuals the way I do, is because they are the ones who keep these countries from stumbling and sliding into Singapore and Dubai scenarios. Now, you might think that that's ridiculous and never going to happen, but I can point to 2020 and 2021 and show you that they absolutely can. And also, there were protests in 2020 and 2021 against vaccines, against the lockdowns, and the police clamped down 10 times harder on those people and arrested those people who were actually peaceful protesters who were saying, we don't want these freedoms to be taken away from us. We don't want the government to tell us to sit in our homes for months on end. Those people were arrested far more than the Palestinian protesters that you
Yeah,
yourself
again,
disagree with.
Banksy. Now we're in 2023, right? You're free to go to Hyde Park again. Whereas, let's say if it was actually going the way you think it would go, then you will still be you will still be
No,
detained in your home, and you'd
but
if it was actually a hoax, as many people want you to believe, then guess what? You can sell this narrative of COVID for 10 years straight. It's
no,
not
no,
happening.
but you see, the problem is, Kafir, you don't realize, again, the slippery slope. They did it for 2 years
But
from
what
2021
slippery
until to
slope?
2022. The
There's no
next
slippery slope
the,
here.
the next pandemic that's gonna come, and believe me, it's gonna come. It's in the books. It's cooking right now. It's in the
Banksy,
post. When
Banksy,
that
you
one
don't.
comes, it'll
One
be
sec,
3 years and 4 years lockdown.
wait. You don't think the pandemic was real?
No, no, it's not that the pandemic wasn't real. How it was released wasn't the story. If you believe that a bunch of
Yeah, yeah. I
pangolins
don't
and a
listen. I
bat
don't give a
at a
fuck
at a,
about
at a wet market
Banksy. I
in,
don't give
in,
a fuck
in
how it
China
was
released
released.
it.
I don't give a fuck how it was released.
Mm.
All right. If you think it was all a hoax, then yeah, I don't know what to
It's not.
tell you.
No, no. But you see, this is the problem. It doesn't have to be a hoax to be manufactured. It can be a real disaster that was intentionally created. That's the difference. It's not that
Yeah,
I
but
believe that the disease
again,
didn't
I
exist,
don't give a fuck.
but
It was.
but you
I
think
don't
the
give
disease was an
Banksy.
accident.
Banksy. I don't give a fuck. The fact was that there was a pandemic, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
And they created it.
Who cares?
What do you mean? Who cares? It matters. Of course, it matters
No,
how it was,
wait,
how this came about.
wait. You just complained that you couldn't go out because of the pandemic. That means that there was a pandemic. How
No, I
how
complained that the
how
government.
wait how and what and why COVID was created and by whom and how it was released
Mm,
does not matter to the conversation about freedom.
of course, it does.
No, it doesn't.
If it involves a long-term plan to curtail all our freedoms
So okay, so you think there is a long-term plan by the governments.
by the global governments, actually, not just the British government. It's a much bigger
So
thing
you
than
think there's a secret cabal, really?
not a secret cabal. They're actually very open about it.
All
You should
right.
just go and read the World Economic Forum's website.
Mm-hmm.
They literally are telling you.
Klaus Schwab, right? That's
Oh,
where it
Klaus
used to.
Schwab.
Yeah,
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 absolutely.
yeah.
I mean, have you seen the advert? You'll own nothing
Yeah,
and
I'm.
be happy.
Listen, Banksy. This. No, you don't laugh. Don't laugh. I have a hard time talking with people like you. I think you guys are alarmist, and you're not helping with the situation at hand. Let me ask you before we go here, because I want to continue Nico
Sure,
here,
sure.
and I want to go back to the situation at hand. How do you see this these rallies and what's going on right now? How do you see them? How do you see it ending?
like it has done before, like the last time. It'll just fizzle out after a while. Israel will bomb crap out of Gaza a little bit more. Hamas will go back in the underground. They'll destroy some of their infrastructure. It'll take them another 5 to 10 years to build it up. It'll fizzle out. There'll be some kind of, I don't know, pathetic ceasefire. Israel will shore up their security a bit more, and then we'll go back to a few years of calm, and then Hamas will do something like this again. I don't see, unless there's some final resolution in the sense of some sort of genuine peace treaty, which Hamas won't agree with anyway. But if the PLO or any other groups actually agree to a genuine peace treaty with Israel and recognize that Israel's existence is not going anywhere, it's not going to end. This is just a cycle. This is just a cyclical scenario. These protesters in London and other places, I'll be honest, due to, I think, foreign immigration, these protests are going to get bigger. They are certainly going to get bigger, with more and more Muslims simply pouring into Western Europe. But other than that, yeah, it's just a cyclical event. It'll calm down for a while. Oh, we got cognitive dissident. What's up? What's up, cognitive? Yeah, you paranoid mess.
I have to
He knows
agree with that.
he knows me well.
Hey,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but let me ask
You
you.
guys
Let me
go
ask
ahead,
you
but
one.
but
Let me ask you one single.
Alex Jones's predictions are all
Oh my
coming true.
God. Let me ask you one thing here. Let me ask you one thing here. And this is what I want to know one thing. You think that there's a possibility that Snowden could expose Russia?
I don't think Snowden has access to anything that would be able to expose
If he
Russia.
could,
If he had
if he could.
access, of course he would, in a
Mm,
heartbeat.
mm.
He would if he had access, but he doesn't have access. He had access to the NSA information that he could expose. But Snowden isn't a Russian. Snowden is an American. His interest is for the American people, not for the Russian people. He doesn't care about the Russians.
Yeah, well, I want to see what happens with Snowden in Russia. If
Well, I mean,
if he will, because there's, you know what, you actually don't need access to Kremlin to expose Russia. That's the difference. You
yeah, but
can
that's the
just
thing.
go. You can actually just go and film uh, the government bodies in Russia, um, and ask questions. And
Yeah, but if
I
that's
don't
the case,
think
anyone
I
can
don't
do that.
think that will be allowed. I think he was
But
gonna
that's the
get to
thing.
jail real
Russia
fast.
is a dictatorial
Yeah.
system. Nobody's saying Russia is a
Mm.
free nation, and also Russia doesn't. Again, going back to the thing I was saying about the rules of the game, Russia never has professed that they're going to give a free nation by the people for the Russian people. They never claimed that. Russia is ruled by Putin and his oligarchy. No one's under any impression that this is like a free nation. America is professing to run by a different set of rules, and then they violate those rules in secret and pretend that that's for your security. I don't believe it is for their security. I think it is for other interests, personally. But even if you genuinely believe it's for their security, it's still violating the very rules they themselves set out. So
So
that's really what it comes down to. That's what
so
Snowden did.
I want to know what. So when it comes to the rallies right now, right? You said, well, it's gonna continue. Whatever. If it could be done, would you stop the rallies?
Um, no, not really. Again, like I said before, I'd rather face my enemies in front. I'd rather see my enemies in front of me than to have them scheme behind my back. So I would rather for these rallies and screaming and shouting to be right out in the open, so I know
Okay,
who's who.
that's the difference between me and you. I would in a heartbeat making sure that these people will be detained, arrested, and imprisoned and deported. Yeah.
Yeah, I see, I mean, that's the difference. I mean, don't get me wrong. Out and out call for terrorism. Yes, you're right. I would deport. I mean, if I actually had my own personal immigration policy, 90% of these people will be deported, regardless of whether they were shouting in the in the streets or not. But that's a whole other argument
No, but
about
I mean,
immigration.
calling for a global intifada is essentially
Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
if you're directly inciting to violence. I mean, we already have laws on the books for that. I don't
Yeah,
think
but that's
deportation
the
is
issue.
part
I
of it.
mean, it very much is playing with words, right? So I guess that's the
Mm,
difference, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like
I would in a heartbeat say that no, these guys are not allowed. And yeah,
they shouldn't be. Yeah, yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a tough. For me, it's much tougher tightrope to walk because, as I say, I've got much more quandaries about safety versus freedom. I'm not as cut clear about those lines as maybe you are. But either way, yeah, it's been an interesting conversation, my good sir. I will drop in the back and listen to the Nikos
right.
speech, but
Well, I
it's been good
subscribe to
fun.
your channel.
Oh, you have?
If you
Oh,
go,
good man.
yeah, if you go live, we can have a more talk.
Yes, yeah. Hopefully one day, yeah, we come on
Mm.
my panel and we'll have more of these types of conversations. You see, respectable disagreement is fine. That is how it should be. We shouldn't all agree on everything anyway. It's so boring. So yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it. Have a good one. Cheers.
You too, man. Take care. All right, so I will just again. Why is it always? I said 2 hours maximum. Then somebody tune in and look. I do enjoy it. I like to talk, and it was interesting, as you said. We disagree, but it was nice to talk anyway. 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I was planning 2 hours maximum. But yeah, what can you do? So I'm gonna finish this guy up, Nikos, and then I'm gonna end it.
Told me, point to me Israel in the map. I couldn't. If you tell me what happened in 1967, I'd say, I don't know. So you start with the facts. And then you go to the second question, which is, how do we choose sides? How do we choose sides here? Because I don't support Israel because I think the Jews, they should return to the promised land or whatever. The only reason I support it is because I compare. Here you have a country with a basic support for individual rights. Here you have a country with rule of law. In Israel, if you hear a knock on the door at night, it's probably your drunk neighbor. In Arab countries, you hear a knock on the door at the night, you're ending up in the torture chamber. So this is my standard. This is how I decide with who I am. So on the one hand, what is the actual history? What did happen? What are the facts? And also, how do we evaluate them? What is the standard through which we decide in which side we are on? It's a very difficult battle. It's an uphill battle, particularly in academia. Thank you very much.
We have a question from Dennis.
Yes.
Shouldn't people have the right to defend the rights of Palestinians, regardless of whether they are right or wrong?
Okay, so this is actually
Can
an
you repeat
interesting
that?
question
Should people?
because this is exactly what me and Banksy were talking about right now. Yeah, should people have the right to actually rally in so-called solidarity with Palestine? Let's see.
Shouldn't people have the right to defend the rights of Palestinians, regardless of whether they are right or wrong?
Well, you have the right to do whatever you want. We have free speech, but you'd be wrong. And that's the problem, by the way, the no matter what. Remember what we said about the underdog principle. The underdog principle says, you are weaker, I support you.
Hey,
And this is
Banksy,
a crazy
Banksy, I think Nikos is speaking to you right now.
principle, by the way. Boko Haram is weak compared to, I don't know, the Nigerian army. Al-Qaeda was weak compared to the collective army of the world. The Bolsheviks were very weak, if you remember from my talk last year. What does it mean? We should support them because they're the underdogs? No.
To the end of figuring out what the facts are, do you have a recommended reading list to understand this better?
Oh.
15 or fewer books.
Okay, let me say this. I will give you one book because it's the most balanced book I found on the topic. Now, balance doesn't mean, no, both sides have a balance. Is here are the facts, and here how they should be evaluated. It's a Lance Journos book, our colleague, What Justice Demands. And the reason I recommend it is because it's one by one, it points out what are also the legitimate claims of the Palestinians. There were Palestinians who lost their land in 1948 without mistake of their own. There have been Palestinians in Western Bank who live under a regime of military occupation, which is a life which is not pleasant at all. So there are legitimate claims of some innocent Palestinians. The question is, who is to blame for this misery? The question is, what is to blame for this misery? So here's what I would suggest. Start with that. Start what justice demands. And if you want something more exciting in terms of following the historical fact, the most fascinating book I've read is by Steven Pressfield, the guy who wrote The War of Art and Turning Pro. He wrote a book about the Six-Day War called The Lion Gate, if I can translate it right in my mind. And it's the most fascinating historical, it's somewhere between history and historical fiction, but it's the most fascinating history-related book I've ever read in my life. So Steven Pressfield, The Lion Gate, it's about the Six-Day War. You feel like you're in the war. Like first night, I was kind of jumping in my sleep, thinking like the Arabs are attacking. It's brilliant. Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
The key phrase I keep hearing these days in the present is apartheid state.
Apartheid state.
Apartheid state. And we have an evil American congresswoman named Rashida Tlaib who keeps promoting this stuff and all that. But the thing is, like, sometimes I keep hearing about Israeli, what we call settlers, going into Palestinian lands or neighborhoods and taking that land, the houses, throwing out the people and then taking the stuff, and that the Israeli government would back them up, the settlers. But I don't know what's the truth or what.
Okay.
And Rashida Tlaib is always going to tell you to support the BTS and all that.
Yeah, this is a boycott, disinvest, and sanction. Okay, so when they talk about apartheid state, notice how they mix different things. Some people use it to describe the whole of Israel. Now, to describe Israel as apartheid state is a joke, and it's hubris to the actual apartheid. Israel is a country where Arabs actually serve in all positions of power. They can even serve in the army if they want. And it's a country where, again, if you're an Arab in the Middle East, like you know how they were telling us the story where we come to Earth by a bird when we are born? If you're in that bird, you should cross fingers, if you're an Arab, saying, please let me land in Israel. Arabs are better off in Israel than in any other Arab country. Now, they also use the term apartheid state for the so-called the occupied territories. Now, what happened here? Again, in 1948, Jordan occupied this territory, expelled every Jew from it, burned all the synagogues, and used it as an attack front against Israel. So after 1967, Israel occupied it, and it still occupies it. And I explained to you why it still occupies it. Because if this were a sovereign state, this would be the destruction of Israel. So the West Bank is under military occupation, indeed. And Arabs there, although many of them live under Palestinian Authority, they don't live a life which is the life that I would want to live. But again, ask yourself, why is that? Why is it that so many times there have never been an agreement between who is the one who doesn't want a peaceful West Bank? Which ones are the groups who say from the river to the sea, which again basically means throw the Jews to the sea? So no, I completely reject the idea of an apartheid state. If it is used for Israel, it's a joke. If it's used for the West Bank, it's using a term that knows that will arouse strong feelings on a context which is completely different. So I consider it an illegitimate term.
Thank you, Nikos, for a fabulous talk.
Thank you.
Two things I think it's important to mention. First, the terrorist attacks were a thing long before a real Israeli nationalist movement. We can mention the riots of 1929.
Of course.
Arabs just murdered and expelled the whole Jewish population of Hebron. And another thing, Who was the Palestinians or Arabs' best friend before the Soviet Union? Adolf Hitler. And who was the guest of honor in Berlin, who spent the whole war there and spoke at the radio and recruited volunteers to the SS from Bosnia? The Mufti of Jerusalem.
The Mufti, yeah. And actually, here's another interesting story. I mentioned to you the hijacking in 1956, which ended up in Operation Edebe, where the heroic Yoni Netanyahu, the brother of the current prime minister, died. Do you know why the radical leftists who did the hijacking chose Uganda? Uganda had a leader, Idi Amin, who was an open admirer of Hitler. Like, I'm not talking about, yeah, maybe the guy was not bad. He was a guy who openly declared that Hitler was great and the only problem is he didn't kill all the Jews. And imagine the darkness and the hate in the mind of these people, the leftists. They hijack the airplane, they say, from all over the world, this is our guy. So it's, in another interesting story, have you heard of Carlos the Jackal? He's one of the most famous terrorists in history. He was I think he's still alive in prison. He's a Venezuelan Marxist. Later in his life, his number one patron was a French super rich guy who was also an open Hitlerite anti-Semite. So their hatred for Israel was so big that they didn't have any problem to be bedfellows, these supposed radical leftists, bedfellows with open card-carrying Nazis.
We have another question from Natalia. Could you comment on the Balfour Declaration issued by the British government in 1917 that made Jewish people move to Palestine despite the disagreement of the Arab people?
Okay, this would require another hour. To put it very, very, very simple, I told you when we talked about the partition plan of 1948, 47, I told you that with this plan, the Jews were taking way less than what it was promised to them. The Balfour Declaration, which, by the way, if it had went through, maybe we could have many people who died in the Holocaust would not have died, would actually say that the Jews would get almost the whole of this area. So this was the first attempt to establish a Jewish state after World War I. But the important information to maintain here is that it didn't happen, and this is why so many Jews who were fleeing Europe didn't have anywhere to go. I mean, there are tragic stories of boats that reach towards the Middle East and then they have to make a U-turn and return to Europe. In terms of who was there in the land, that's a lecture of its own. Elan Journo gave such a lecture in Enokon some years ago. Elan has given 2 Okon talks on Israel. One of the 2 talks a lot about that period, so I would recommend to our friend to check it out. Thank you.
I often hear people say that the Palestinian people don't want this. They just want peace, that it's all Hamas and Israel. However, when the Twin Towers fell, or when Israeli civilians are killed in a terrorist attack, you can find videos of them dancing in the street, handing out food, and cheering. Should we make efforts to push back against this notion of a largely peaceful Palestinian populace, or should we tolerate it while focusing our efforts on denouncing Hamas and other regimes that are more directly responsible for this conflict?
This is so difficult to answer because my heart goes to the Palestinians who actually want peace. And their biggest enemy is in the West Bank, the PLO, and in Gaza, Hamas. Because they don't accept any dissent. And actually, if they believe that you're even sympathetic to Israel, horrible things are going to happen to you. So the quick answer is we cannot know how many Palestinians are really yearning for peace. What we do know, though, is that in the one time in Gaza that there were elections, Hamas won. And experts in the area believe that if there were free elections in West Bank, Hamas would also win in West Bank. Now, we don't know because we haven't seen this. So it's very, very difficult. Can you put a label in a whole population? For me, it's very difficult to do so. But there is reason to believe that many of these people are in accordance with the ideas of Hamas. And again, the ideas of Hamas is not peace. The ideas of Hamas is destruction. And then after destruction, even war stuff is on board for the locals. Because what comes then on board is something like the regime that Iran has. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent talk.
Thank you.
But what confuses me is why so many American Jews support and vote for the left. Can you offer any explanation?
Because as we said, this morality that tells you that the suffering deserves your support is not unique to the left. Actually, this morality doesn't even come from the left. And this morality is so embedded in our psyche, in our society psyche, that these people, I don't know, I cannot psychologize, but I guess they're saying, if I want to be a good person, I have to support the weak side there. And here's an extra bonus. I will support the weak side against, quote, my people. So self-sacrifice in steroids. So I'm supporting the weak. Oh, and these weak are my enemies, so now I'm double honorable, so to speak. Again, this is psychologizing. But I cannot find any other explanation. Like I honestly ask this question. How can you care about Palestinians and support Arafat, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the 50 different popular and democratic fronts? I cannot find any other explanation. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for a great talk.
Thank you.
I wanted to clarify something. You've said the motive was envy, right? Now, envy, for most people, you think of, oh, they wish they had the restaurants, the buildings, the startups, but that's not quite what you have in mind. I assume you have in mind Ayn Rand's conception of envy.
You're very right.
Isn't right. As hatred of the good for being the good. They don't want the prosperity of Israel. They want Israel to die. And that's just to clarify.
That's very important. The way, and thank you for bringing this up, the way Ayn Rand means envy is what we said, the Arabs stepping up. Is not the Arabs also having the industry, the entrepreneurial drive, the startups. It's not the Arabs having them, but Israel not having it anymore. I will leave you with one line from a very, very good TV series on the topic. The TV series is Fauda. There is one Palestinian operative, he's Fatah, so relatively these days, relatively more moderate, who has a change of heart and sees what has actually happened there. And he takes his young idealistic means fanatic son, somewhere close to the beaches of Israel, and he shows him the skyscrapers, and he shows him the big kind of achievements of Israel. And he tells him, here's the reason why I will never be able to defeat them, because they want to live. So envy is not, we also want to live. Envy is, I recognize these people want to live, and I don't want them to live. Thank you.
Okay, that's the show for today. Again, I Nikos, what's it full name? I cannot pronounce his full name. Nikos Sotirakopoulos. No, Sotirakopoulos. Kopoulos. Nikos Sotirakopoulos. Sotirakopoulos. I don't know. Anyway, the guy had a good lecture. I wanted to highlight it, promote it, and want people to see it because he said a lot of good things in it. I think people should watch it. Thank you so much, Banksy, for joining me and talking to me. I mean, you say you're not that famous, but I mean, you have 2,084 subscribers, and a lot of people. It seems like a lot of people are listening to you. So thank you for coming in and joining me and talking to me. And yeah, it seems like you have done good jobs in Speaker's Corner and highlighting what's going on and all that. So I appreciate it. I have to disagree with your assessment of the West and where it's heading, but I guess we could talk about it another time. What I want to say though is that I'm not really much keen into talking about these things. It's not my general interest. Partially because I honestly think it leads nowhere, and I think we have more pressing matters to attend to that are more important. and I make different conclusions than you. But I do wish to hear more from you, and for you to keep doing what you're doing and exposing Speaker's Corner and what people say and how deranged these people are. So yeah, good. At least good job on that, I would say. Okay, so I will end my stream here. Before we go, as always, and for everybody else who came up and watching, thank you for that. As always, before we go, I'm gonna end with a song, and I need to upload more songs so it doesn't get repetitive. But this is one of my favorites. Sorry, Aya, but I like this one more.
I am Dr. Zakir Naik and I drink Tamel's urine. Can you please drink some Tamil urine? Since several centuries ago, Muslims love to drink Tamil urine. Muslims love to drink Tamil urine. Muslims love to drink Tamil urine. What's the explanation? Hadith in Sahih Bukhari, Volume 7. Number 5686. What's the explanation? Quran. Alhamdulillah, highest glorious Quran, and I am disappointed that Muslims, they put science and logic higher than the Quran. Muslims, they put science and logic higher than the Quran. I am Dr. Zakir Naik and I drink Tamil urine. Please drink some Tamil urine. One of my fans said, Dr. Zakir, I was a great fan of yours, but now I read that you believe in Hadith. The Prophet said, Alhamdulillah, how could you believe? The Prophet said, Alhamdulillah, such illogical things. Did the Prophet, peace be upon him, order Muslims to drink Tamil urine? If yes, I'm no longer a fan. If yes, I'm no longer a fan. I've given the answer to what the beloved Prophet ﷺ said. Drink the urine of the camel. The Quran is cancer. The Quran is cancer. The first question is, for us Muslims, it's difficult to understand science and logic. Please drink some Tamil urine. Can you please drink some Tamil urine? Quran. Alhamdulillah, highest is the glorious Quran. Love to drink Tamil urine. Since several centuries ago, Muslims love to drink Tamil urine. And if the hadith is authentic and sahih, as a Muslim, we believe in it. Amanna Saddaqna.
All right. Since it's the season for Ghouls and Abduls, I'm gonna play 2 more or 3 more. You know what? I'm gonna play all these songs, the new ones. I like them.
Boys and girls of every Iman, it's time to wake up for the Adhan. Come and fast with us if you can. This our month of Ramadan. This is Ramadan, glad and scream in the dead of night. This is Ramadan, fly the plane to Pentagon, make all meat halal sacrifice. It's our month, recite the Quran in the month of Ramadan. I am the one willing to drop dead, beard growing wild and eyes growing red. I'm the one terrified, hiding downstairs, covering my bruises, covering my hair. This is Ramadan, this is Ramadan, 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 Ramadan.
And this is another funny one.
They're creepy and jihadi, promoting the hijabis. They're Muslims, oh wallahi, the Abdul family. They'll fool you with taqiyya, don't dare to call them Shia. You better pay the jizya, the Abdul family. Alif, Lam, Mim. So beat your wife just slightly, obey Allah Almighty, kill the kuffar delightly, the Abdul family. It's all halal, mashallah.
Mashallah. Yeah, and for all the Muslims out there who really loves Islam, this message is for you.
Blackstone boys, you burn in fire, my one desire, believe, taqiyya. I want Sharia between our two worlds apart. Allah sealed up your heart. My ruqya is I want Sharia. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some dawah. Wallahi, it's all about Bismillah. I want Sharia. You want hellfire. It's Shaitan's desire. Yes, you know it's too late. When we had the caliphate, wallahi, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some dawah. Wallahi, it's all about Bismillah. I want Sharia. Now I can see the world falling apart from the way that it used to be. Yeah. No matter the future, I want you to know that Allah has cursed thee. Yeah. You will burn in fire. It's Allah's desire. Allahu Akbar. Don't be a namaste, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some dawah. Wallahi, it's all about Bismillah. I want Sharia. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some dawah. Wallahi, it's all about Bismillah. I want Sharia. Wallahi, ain't nothing but some jizya. Wallahi, ain't want Sharia.
And you might think, well, that sounds beautiful. I want Sharia too. Well, how does Sharia actually look? What can you do in Sharia? Under Sharia, you can beat women to death. Well, don't believe me? Here you go.
واضربوهن فإن واضربوهن النساء إن الله كان عليما راجع واضربوهن الله كان وبذي القربى واليتامى والمساكين والجار ذي القربى والجار الجنب واضربوهن النساء
All right, that's it for today. Thank you, everybody, for listening, watching. Take care.